Trump and President Putin will agree to end the war. If Europe does all its great warmongering, it doesn't matter. The war is ending. I know this has been met with the sheer horror in these chambers, but I tried to reach out to some of the European leaders. Most don't want to hear anything from me at all. But I said, don't go to Kiev, go to Moscow. Discuss with your counterparts. And don't beg to be at the table with the United States. You're Europe. You're 450 million people. You're $20 trillion economy. You should be in the room with Russia. If the United States wants to join, that's fine. But to beg, no. And by the way, Europe does not need to have Ukraine in the room when Europe talks with Russia. There are real security issues on the table. I would ask them, what are the security guarantees that can work so that this war ends permanently? You want to make sure that the Baltic states are secure. Estonia has about 25% Russian-speaking citizens, ethnic Russians. Latvia, the same. What are the security guarantees for the Baltic states? What should be done? Well, I want to know the answers also. But the bombast and the Russophobia is not serving your security at all. It's not serving Ukraine's security at all. It contributed to 1 million casualties in Ukraine from this idiotic American adventure that you signed on to. Stop the yelling, stop the warmongering, and discuss with the Russian counterparts.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott. Episode 86, Living in a Gangster's Paradise, with special guest Michael FRANZESE. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Welcome, everyone, one and all, to another episode of The Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. I have to tell you guys, we have a great show planned for you today. Great show, so much content because so much has been going on, and we were able to get a really amazing guest to come on today. He'll be with us a little later. That's Michael FRANZESE. He is the actual character that of his own life was depicted in the movie, the classic film Goodfellas. He's got a lot to bring to the table. The timing couldn't be any better than now because we're talking about corruption in our government, in our country, in our system, and that it functions like a mob, like gangsters. And that's why we're calling this episode today, Gangster's Paradise, Living in a Gangster's Paradise, as an homage to Coolio, the late, great Coolio. We're talking about how the country's run literally by gangsters. We have a lot of other stuff to get into. We're going to be joined very soon by our co-host today, Jay Scott, talking about Trump and Pharma, Israel breaking the ceasefire again. I know, shocker on that one. Jeffrey Sachs in the opening. We have more on him later in the show. This guy's been on point, on fire, and literally helping to keep our planet from not ending in World War III. So we'll be doing a little bit more on Jeffrey Sachs. Real fake news updates. We got some crazy stuff coming from CNN this week. That'll be fun to get into. We're going to get to your guys' questions and comments too as well. I just want to remind everyone, we are now on YouTube. We are now on a brand new channel. We've been calling it our burner channel. It is THL Presents. I'll throw it up here if you guys don't know. Just messing around. These guys have already canceled us once. I mean, I say canceled, I literally mean we've been terminated on YouTube. Terminated. Been shown the door. You're out. You guys are too dangerous to be having these conversations. Whatever happened to debate and discourse and curiosity and critical thinking? What happened to that? We all have to align with the state narrative. If we don't, we're dangerous. I guess that's how it works. This is the stuff they told us was dangerous in other countries, China, Russia. We don't do that. Not here, not in the US. No. We're good. We don't do that stuff. No, we actually do. And we bring it on. We champion it on. As you see, mostly half the country at least loves these kind of conditions. So again, these are our ongoing topics of discussion. We challenge the censorship industrial complex. We challenge big pharma, military industrial complex, the whole thing, and the propaganda machine called mainstream media, which is the only reason we're doing this in the first place, because they can't do their job. So just to remind you guys why we're here, and if you guys have been watching us and your first time just stumbling on us, welcome, welcome, welcome to the Homeless Left. This is a place where if anybody feels uneasy about the state of politics, the state of society, their neighbors they can't talk to anymore, their family, their friends, their coworkers, you see people going crazy on social media and you can't even ask a question to your tribal leader. That's what we're in. We're in tribes, and you can't ask a question to the tribe. What's going on with this? Why did the Democratic Party completely botch this election? If you cared about the Democratic Party at any point in your life and you wanted them to do better, why can't you ask them to do better? No, can't ask. No, can't ask that question. You're with Trump. Okay, you guys are sick of that, right? You're sick of the tribal games, the politics of red versus blue, black versus white. It's all punching down. That's what it is. They're having us punch down at each other, be mad at your neighbor, and it's all a distraction. We're ready here on the Homeless Left to start punching up, start holding people in power accountable. That's what the show's about. That's what we're doing here. And it's not just us, it's all of our other friends and colleagues in this space that are ready to go into every issue, every breaking news with critical thinking caps on. Those blinders of tribalism are gone, and we can kind of see the world in a better place. That's what this show's about. We are homeless from the left. You might be homeless from somewhere else, from the right, from the up, from the down, from the upside down. It don't matter where you're homeless from. We're all homeless here together. So let's do this, guys. Today, we were going to start, before we bring in our co-host today, I think what we're going to do is start with the Joy Reid story. Joy Reid fired from NBC. MSNBC fired her. If you guys haven't heard, you probably heard, didn't hear, you don't care. We don't really care, but interesting to look at. Let's check it out. So this is the Daily Mail reporting this. Joy Reid's MSNBC show is canceled as, guess why? Ratings plummet. And it's all about the almighty dollar, as we know. And Joy Reid just couldn't keep her audience. That's weird. Why couldn't she keep her audience? Well, we'll try and figure that out. But first, let's see Joy Reid in her honest moment after being fired. She wanted to get personal and let us know how she's feeling about this horrible situation. Because remember, guys, she's the victim. And any other people getting fired right now in positions of power and influence, remember, they're the victim. Joy Reid is the victim. Okay, so let's hear her and grab a box of Kleenex. You have to have it ready. Get a tissue box ready, guys, because this is a tearjerker. Here we go.
Had value, and that that what I was doing had value. And in the end, I try not to cry on TV. And I say this is kind of like me on TV, so I apologize. And that it mattered. I see Karen is there, and she's been texting me as well. And so what I will just say is that in the end, thank you. Where I land is that the moment of guilt that I felt, that I went hard on so many issues, whether it was the Black Lives Matter issues of a young baby or a mom or a dad that was killed, or when we opened up people's eyes to the fact that Asian Americans were being targeted and not just Black folks, or went hard for immigrants who've done nothing but come to this country like my parents did.
Now, just I want to be clear, guys. This sounds all nice and fluffy and friendly and heartfelt, but you remember, her job was, all these years, her job was to punch down and get us to hate half the country. She wasn't doing the job of journalism. Just be absolutely clear. She's using the trigger things that for lefties, and I can tell you firsthand because I was a lefty my whole life. I still have, actually, we've talked about this. Leslie and I just talked about this. We've out-lefted the Democratic Party. So this isn't about our values and how we feel about things. This is about using people against each other, their emotions against each other. Her job all these years was to get us to hate each other and not challenge the people in power. Journalism is supposed to be challenging people in power. She never did that. Never, ever once did that. And we're going to get into some other horrible stuff she did in just a second, but let's hear the rest of this. I just want to remind you guys, that's what that is. That's what that is. Does she really believe it? That's a whole nother question. We can talk about that too. How real are these tears? I mean, it must be an ego hit to the ego to lose your job at any point, but does she actually feel she was championing people, championing people, holding the people accountable that are responsible for their shitty lives. No, she never did that. It's the fault of the neighbor with the Trump sign in their lawn. That's the reason why people are suffering. Okay, let's hear more.
And try to make a life and defended them. Or whether we've talked about what the president is doing that is subversive to the Constitution, that is injurious to our liberty, defending books that people find inconvenient, that Nicole Hannah-Jones put into our spirit, that we need to understand 1619 as the real founding of this country, whether it's talking about any of these issues. And yes, whether it's talking about Gaza and the fact that we as the American people have a right to object, to little babies being bombed. And where I come down on that is I'm not sorry. I am not sorry that I stood up for those things, because those things are of God. And I'm a church girl too, and those are the things that I was taught were of God. And so I'm not sorry. I'm just proud of my show.
You're not sorry. You're proud of your show. Yeah, no, you didn't do any of those things. You didn't do any of those things, Joy Reid. And I'll tell you guys a personal story. I actually did meet Joy Reid back in 2008. We were covering the Obama inauguration it was where he accepted the nomination for the Democratic Party vote at the DNC in Denver. She was low end at that point, and she was working out of a little small office. And I think me and my camera crew, we were like charging our phones. She let us charge our phones in her office. And, she was a real go-getter, and she was really going to, make a difference. And Obama was about to get elected, and we were going to, really champion stuff together. At that time, if you asked me at the time, I'd say, oh yeah, this is a hardworking woman. And she is. I mean, you don't get a job like that unless you're a hard worker, a go-getter, a careerist. That's what you are. You're a careerist. And there's nothing wrong with being a careerist as long as you're not hurting people. That's my take. But you can spot a careerist a mile away. There's plenty here in LA, guys. There's plenty of careerists, and that's fine. But once you cross a line of that, your influence and your power is hurting people, that's where you have a moral compass issue, which Joy Ann Reid had no problem doing whatever MSNBC told her to do. And while she was pretending to be caring about people. I'll give you an example. I was going to pull this one up, but I'm going to remind you guys, if you guys remember COVID, if you remember the Eric Clapton incident where Eric Clapton got vax injured, and what happened was he said, we need to look at this thing. And then all of a sudden this big smear campaign on Eric Clapton was targeting anyone that, was complaining about the vaccine. Now, obviously that doesn't make any sense logically. You can't call this guy an anti-vaxxer, which they all did. All of them called him an anti-vaxxer. You can't be an anti-vaxxer if you took the vax. So, but I guess you are. You're saying I'm having reactions. I can't play guitar. Like Rolling Stone had in 2004, 20 years ago, had called Eric Clapton the #1 guitarist of all time. Fast forward to COVID of 2020, 2021. Eric Clapton is vax injured, and all of a sudden he is the worst piece of shit. And the reason I bring up Eric Clapton, because Joy Ann Reid was a champion and spearheader of the narrative of not only Eric Clapton's an anti-vaxxer, but he's a racist. That's another smear tactic, and it's something that Joy Ann Reid had no problem doing at the time. You want to see how else awful she was? And this one is not actually a strike at her as much as it's a strike at her, but it's more of a strike at the billionaire class that protects her because she protects them. Watch this. This is Joy Ann Reid a few years ago having to apologize for her tweets that were homophobic. Watch how she manipulates the narrative in her apology for homophobic tweets. And remember, this isn't so much a strike at her, but the people protecting her. Then she's protecting them. That's the relationship. Watch this.
The community that I support and that I deeply care about is hurting because of some despicable and truly offensive posts being attributed to me. And many of you have seen these blog posts circulating online and in social media. Many of them are homophobic, discriminatory, and outright weird and hateful. When a friend found them in December and sent them to me, I was stunned. Frankly, I couldn't imagine where they'd come from or whose voice that was. In the months since, I've spent a lot of time trying to make sense of these posts. I hired cybersecurity experts to see if somebody had manipulated my words or my former blog. And the reality is they have not been able to prove it. But
they've not been able to prove it. I love it. And she's memorized this. This is completely complete theater. You practice this monologue, you practice in the mirror. This is Hollywood meets media meets Washington, D.C. It's all the same thing, guys. I'm telling you guys, it's the same job. It just, where do you fit the best? And she was hand selected, like we said, careerist, opportunist, hard worker. I'm telling you firsthand, she was a hard worker that day back in 2008 in Denver when I met her. I'm telling you, hard worker, go-getter. And this is a hand-selected, this is an audition that she was, a lifelong audition. She got this role. And when shit goes down, she's given the theater piece to perform, where she's going to convince us that she is totally innocent of tweets. That her story is, listen to this, she's going to tell us that somebody hacked her account and did homophobic tweets, which happens to all of us, right? We always get hacked. We do homophobic tweets. This is her case against this.
What I know. I genuinely do not believe I wrote those hateful things because they are completely alien to me.
I do not believe oh my God. I do not believe see how if that was put in a court of law, that's not actually lying, because it's a opinion. It's not, she's not saying I did not do this. That's your giveaway, guys. If the person's not saying I did not do this, that's a red flag. She's saying, I don't believe I did this. So yeah, let's hear the rest of this shit. And again, this isn't a strike on her and her homophobia or whatever her problem is. That's not the story here. The story is you have a billionaire class that runs this organization, and when shit hits the fan, they protect her as long as they need to until they don't. And then they shoot her out the back. So here, let's watch the rest of this rehearsed speech. And remember, it's the people she's protecting that we should be mad at. I don't actually give a shit about homophobic tweets, because people that do that to themselves. We don't need you to go to jail or be punished. You look like an idiot on your own. So that's not, I don't really care. What I care about is the organization giving her the script to read to protect her when this happened. Let's hear the rest.
But I can definitely understand, based on things I have tweeted and have written in the past, why some people don't believe me. I've not been exempt from being dumb or cruel or hurtful to the very people I want to advocate for. I own that. I get it. And for that, I am truly, truly sorry.
There it is. Joy Ann Reid fired from MSNBC for low ratings. They protected her. She protected them until they didn't need her anymore, and they spit her out the back. And, we'll always have the paper trail of all of her horrible things, and we'll always be able to see that the entire time she was never protecting the people she claimed to care about. She was protecting the billionaire class who paid her paycheck. Sorry, Joy Ann Reid, you're not getting that paycheck anymore. Okay, that's it for Joy Ann Reid. Let's grab this off of here, and we're gonna move right along here, guys, because we are ready to bring in our guest co-host again. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
Hey, what's going on, Matt? Happy Wednesday, man. How you feeling today?
I wish it was Wednesday, but we still have to get through Tuesday.
Oh, Tuesday. That's right.
We got to get.
It's been a busy day at work. It's been a busy day at work. Sorry, viewers. Yeah.
No, it's all good. I wish it was. And then we would be at hump day, and then we would, the whole thing. That's I remember we always used to look forward to that during the week back in school. But actually, the days are going so fast. I'm noticing they're going super fast. Can barely keep up with this. The idea this year that we started we called our third season, bringing you on and Craig, regular contributors. We've effing appreciate it, man. The idea to go to twice a week, it was like just this little thought in my head was, wait, that's like double the content. Are we going to have it? What a dumb thought that was. Boy, do we have the content.
With Trump as president, you would have enough every single day, man. You could do a 24-hour live stream if you wanted to, man. So be like one of those guys who never goes off on Twitch.
Yeah. Exactly, man. And like, it makes me appreciate more what, like, you know, like our friend, our colleague Kit Cabello does over at Harlan's Media. I mean, every single day on point. We might get to that point at one point. I don't know if I personally could do that by myself. I would need a full team like we're having, and we can, you know, rotate people, whatever. We'll figure that out if we need to get to that. But I'm loving this twice a week thing. Lots to get to today. I love the stories you brought up to me. So why don't we go ahead and start with the first one? I just need to load this first. I think the first story we're going to do, because we weren't able to do this one last week, it's the Trump big pharma situation, and we've been talking about RFK Jr., but let's and what he's accomplishing or not accomplishing. So we'll get to that in a second. But first, let me first bring this up. Just give me 1 second here, and we'll start the segment. Sorry, man, I'm a little bit the files, man. Okay, we got this stuff. Okay, so this was the one. I think people might have seen this, but I can't wait to hear your take on this. This was Trump late last week introducing the head of Pfizer. We know him, we hate him. His name is Albert Bourla. We've been following this guy for the entire reign of COVID, and you would think that somebody like Trump would second guess himself before doing this in a room of people.
The head of Pfizer here, so I want to thank him. One of the great people, one of the great businessmen. Thank you, Albert. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that happened. The booze happened. He tried to double down after the boost started, and he kept saying, great man, great man. And you're looking on his face. Jay, what is your assessment here? Is that a complete botch job by Trump, or is there something more 4D chess going on here with demonstrating the crowd's reaction? I don't know. What's your initial take on this one?
So my initial take is, when I follow the money, it's not like Pfizer or any of those guys campaigned against Trump. When I follow what his supporters have been saying and doing throughout the whole time, like anytime he would bring up the Pfizer vaccinations during his campaign, he would actually get booed. Like, it wasn't even like this just recently started. Like, right. MAGA has not liked Pfizer for a very long time, but Trump still keeps trying to push them. So when I talk to some, MAGA people who I love, I got a lot of friends who are MAGA supporters and Trump supporters. When I talk to them, they're still sticking with this story about putting Albert Bourla in the spotlight because they want people to see who he is and see what Pfizer is doing. But we already know who he is. We already know what he did. So what is the reason to continue putting this man in the spotlight and telling him, oh, look at this great guy, we're going to continue working with him and making money on him? Just take a look at the big picture. The big picture is Trump is launching a sovereign wealth fund. And in this fund, his first idea that floated by his commerce secretary was they want to invest in the next set of vaccines that they roll out. So quote unquote, the American taxpayer can be a shareholder and, enjoy the money too. So all signs point towards him continuing to double down on mRNA technology. So, to me, it's scary. I don't think there's any 4D chess going on right now. I think, I just don't see how this is going to work with RFK, in there too, because if he follows through on what he's been saying, he wants to do, which is transparency with the data and, let everyone make their own decisions, and removing, liability protection from, these vaccine manufacturers. Number one, I don't see how they're going to continue to exist. And I don't see how they're going to be profitable because they're going to get sued out of existence. If RFK follows through on this. So I don't know how this plays out. So to be honest with you, I wish I could tell you I know what's going on, but I don't. What I do know is that it seems to me like Trump is following where the money takes him. So I don't want to be negative Nancy, but if I had to guess, I would say sooner or later, they're probably going to nudge RFK Jr. out of there unless he caves, which I personally can't see him caving. So I think he's probably going to get nudged out at some point, and they try to like fire him for one reason or another, because look at his last administration. It had a super high turnover rate. So I don't know how that's going to happen, because RFK Jr. is literally the most popular politician in the country right now in terms of favorability. I just saw a poll, I think it was yesterday, that RFK is like +9. Trump is like +7. All the Democrats are in the red. But how can you remove him from this position of power without a good excuse? So I don't know what's happening, but yeah, I think we're on a crash course right now.
I didn't see that poll, Jay, but that actually, because I was on the fence about what you're saying about are they gonna nudge him out? Is he gonna stay? I think with the poll in mind and taking that seriously, I think you go with the keeping him in. And there's a theory I heard, and it was from one of these not whistleblowers, but one of James O'Keefe loves getting those big pharma people, so he'll set them up. And one of these guys, they got him in like a McDonald's, and like waiting in a line, and in the line the reporter.
I know the video you're talking about. They said they're just going to make his life difficult, right?
So that's the thing. That's the thing. And I don't really care whose idea that was. I heard the idea. I was like, you know what? And that was a very authentic moment, because he didn't know he was on camera. All that stuff, secret conversation in the line in fast food. But which is funny, they're in a fast food line. That's hilarious. But the idea makes sense to me. Like I was like, oh, I wish I had thought of that. This is how it goes. Like you say, hey, Mr. Kennedy, we're putting a commission together. We're going to study vaccine safety, and we're going to check in on you every once in a while and let you know our progress. And we got another committee over here, and they're working on what are the dangers of I think the guy used the example fluoride in our toothpaste. We'll have a team on that, and we got this team over here. So we got a lot of stuff. We'll keep you updated. And then months go by. Okay, how's everything going? Oh, it's looking good. Well, do you have anything for me? No, not quite yet. So that's the kind of thing you put Kennedy in a place where he can keep checking in, but he's not going to get anything. Yeah. And then what does he do? Does he quit? I think no, absolutely no way does he ever quit. He just stays there frustrated, finding new tactics of how he can inch something forward. And if he gets one of these things to come back, just one little group to have some sort of results, then he can at least feel like I did something. That I think is what we're going to be seeing for the next 4 years. Now, this came up. I don't know if this is anything. Daily Mail is, I guess, championing RFK Jr., but they're saying that he's done this. And this is not anything concrete, so it doesn't really mean much, but it's a good start, I think, of at least optics. It says RFK Jr. issues 2 bombshell orders on vaccines, a move that has mainstream doctors terrified. I love that language. Doctors are terrified.
Informed consent. They're terrified of their patients being informed, which was crazy to me. Yeah,
it's insane. And that Daily Mail is like the one giving us this, and it's great that they're posting it. But like that's the story. They're terrified, really. Yeah. So just a brief on this. It says RFK has pulled promotional ads for vaccines. Very nice. And postponed, and that's the operative word here, Jay. It's postponed a meeting of key vaccine advisors in one of his first moves as health secretary. He ordered the CDC to scrub its digital wild to mild flu vaccine campaign. Great. I would hate to see another one of those. And so they're supposed to be like tames the virus campaign bullshit. We see this all the time. Hate this stuff. This is stuff that runs on NFL commercials between the and timeouts. The campaign was a response to the falling flu vaccine rates and especially vicious flu season. Well, good for people for stopping to do this horrible vaccine. I guess it was more. It's been kind of a ritual for people, and they don't, ritualistically, they don't. All these years, they don't know why they were doing it. Now they're like, wait a minute, why am I doing this? And they stop. Great, very good.
I can tell you why. It's because it's the combination of incentives going to the doctors, because a lot of these insurance companies actually pay out bonuses to the doctor's offices for having a certain percentage of their patients vaccinated, right? This isn't something that only started with the COVID vaccine. And this is something I just realized recently. The doctors are financially incentivized to do this. don't do double-blind controlled studies for vaccinations in general. What they do is they test to see if the vaccines, stop transmission of whatever the disease is in question or lessen the effects of it, depending on, which goal they're going for. But they don't actually do double-blind randomized controlled trials where they follow people for years on end to see if there's any cumulative effects, like after taking these things, the same way that they do with regular medications. So, I've actually been looking into this more because I'm in a position where, I'm expecting a child, in the next few months, and I'm going to have to decide how many vaccines, do I give her? So I've been looking into this. And the truth is, when you look at the data, the cumulative effect of all the vaccination schedule. Oh, wait, are we on YouTube right now?
We are on YouTube. Now, remember, this is now what we'll do, and this is work. We do the Jimmy Dore style, where what we do is at the end of the live, we will terminate ourselves off the live on YouTube. It goes away immediately. And then we'll upload only the stuff that isn't this. And that's like, so we'll do that. So that's working so far. But to be clear, for everybody watching at home, we're not saying these things. We're reporting that other outlets and other people are saying it. That's all. We're just communicating to you guys. It's not our opinions.
Yeah. So vaccines are safe and effective, but there's a dissenting an opinion amongst, other doctors who've taken, looks at the data that shows that, kids in general who take, vaccines, according to these doctors, not according to me, but according to these doctors,
right.
It looks like these kids tend to get more sick, than other kids. So if you focus all the media on the fact that it protects you against a specific disease, but you're not looking at the cumulative effects of all the vaccines put together that are given to children in a short span of time, then you're not really looking at the overall picture of health. You're just kind of targeting one small point. You're seeing, does the vaccine help with this? Well, if it destroys all this other stuff, who cares? We know that it's helping with this one thing. So they run with that for the marketing, but they're not telling you in these same, advertisements, okay, well, it may make your flu more mild this season, but it could also be destroying your immune system overall as you take these shots year after year after year. So, the date, and of course, I'm not saying this, but this is what other people have said. So I'm just reporting what other people have said. So what I'm hoping is going to happen is that we'll get more transparency into the actual data, because I just bought RFK's book, actually, Vax Unvaxxed, and I'm going through it right now.
Great.
And there's already a ton of data. It's just that it's not put out there for the public to inspect, and the CDC doesn't talk about it. So if they're moving from marketing you to take these drugs, and instead they're moving to inform you about potential benefits and potential drawbacks of each drug, I think that's a win-win. But in my opinion, that will likely result in less people taking it. So I don't know if they're going to allow him to do that or how they can allow him to do that. But all he has to do is make the studies that are already done more available and put it more in the spotlight and make people answer for these studies more. And I think we will see a change. So I'm interested to see, how this transparency is going to work out.
Yeah. Here's the one thing, Jay, is that we've had, even before RFK, even before Trump, we've had several opportunities where we show people, and I say we, I mean the whole entire medical freedom movement, the doctors, these credited people that have the data, right? You have your Peter McCulloughs and your Pierre Corey's, David Martin. These are people that have the data. John Campbell. If you were watching John Campbell throughout COVID and you got angry,
the evolution is crazy.
So this is the stuff that you and I and our audience, we know, we have our critical thinking caps on, our tribal goggles off, and we're like, this stuff is like real stuff that we want to like apply to the decisions we make in our lives, or maybe even if we regret certain decisions up till now, we're going to make those changes based on this data that is being given to us. And yet there's still so many people that don't want to look at it. When Pfizer was forced to release the data that they were trying to hide for 75 years, and they threw it out there, you would think that that was a big aha moment, a big reveal. This is the moment of truth. The whole world looked at this and they read through it and they saw, oh my God, look at all those side effects. No, they're not interested. Mainly, I think because of ego. I think because they have something they invested in. It's like not leaving you're invested in a stock, a particular stock, and it's falling. You're like, no, it's going to pick up.
Speaking of that, Bitcoin is on the way down right now. I sold mine.
Of course it is.
But anyway, that's off topic. Yeah. But
like, I just got in when it was up here. Oh, it's going to go up. All right, never mind that. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. But that's
it'll bounce back. It'll bounce
back. Yeah. We haven't seen the long-term data yet. So we're hoping that all the people with the injuries is temporary. It's just like the stock market. It'll bounce back up. So I'm gonna ignore that hidden data from Pfizer, and I'm gonna hope that all the people that got hurt, they're gonna miraculously get better.
But here's the thing. We don't even need to hope that they miraculously get better. If we have the person who's the head of Health and Human Services saying, hey, there could be some issues with some of the people who took these shots, we're now going to, invest some energy into looking into remedies for these people to see if there's any way we can help them get better, more quickly. And you are seeing some people have breakthroughs, in treatment for it. Like I know, I follow Dr. Peter McCullough fairly closely. He's been working on this for a while. I think his organization just had a breakthrough within the last few weeks in terms of treating people who are suffering from, long vaccine injuries. So, if we have the head of HHS specifically say, hey, there may be some issues with something we did, let's invest some energy into fixing that. I think that does change the conversation in a way that it hasn't been changed before, because just because we had the data released about those potential side effects that Pfizer was trying to hide for 75 years, there was still no directive from the top saying, hey, let's try to correct this mistake. So if Kennedy takes that step and he says, hey, everybody, let's try to correct this mistake. And if he says, hey, everybody, we're going to move from the model of telling patients to do this, and instead we're going to move to the model of informing patients about pros and cons of, pursuing different things, then we could see some big changes overall. So they can try to stonewall, they can try to make his life difficult, but if he gets on TV and says, hey, we made a mistake, now we have to try to help these people who are suffering some of the consequences from this mistake. I think that does change the conversation in a way that it hasn't been before. And I do see it negatively impacting big pharma. So now we're going to see, how much of this 4D chess is Trump willing to play? Because, one thing that does give me hope, even though I lean towards the negative side when it comes to Trump, one thing that does give me hope is I watched the way he handled the Russia-Ukraine situation. Yes. And what he did was he essentially played everybody in Europe and made them think that he was going to stick, to their side, and he was going to make Russia bend to the will of the West. But then when it came time for the rubber to hit the road, he sent a completely different person to go meet with the Russians than he was sending to the Europeans. So we still have to wait to see what he ultimately does, but he did essentially play like all the people in the EU, it seems, if he follows through and he does make peace with Russia, which will be hard to walk back on, now, because he's already gotten his base so pumped up over this that if he pulls back now, it will feel like a betrayal. So I have seen him do a little bit of that 4D chess when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine situation. But when I look at the money trails behind Big Pharma, like, and the ties to the Trump campaign, I find it harder to believe that he's going to do the same thing with Big Pharma. So I'll give him his credit where it's due. I want to keep hope, but we'll see.
Jay, I think you hit it on the head with the money issue. So as long as there's no money in health, it's going to be hard for him to go against the financial incentive that these Larry Ellison characters bring to him. And that's the problem.
Because the solutions are not profitable. Vitamin D is not profitable. Vitamin C isn't profitable. Telling people, hey, if you want to avoid just devastating impacts from COVID, get in shape, lose weight, get in good overall health. That's not really that profitable.
The one profitable element, which he might, if you looked on his face on that clip, I would say this, and you know what? Let's play it one more again for those who are joining us late. This is watch his face, because I think there's debate here on what's actually happening here. It was probably a blunder. It was probably a blunder. But when he sees that crowd reaction, that is something of value. The people's reaction is the value. So if it's not financially on the books, it's around him. It's the people supporting him. It's his ego, right?
That's true.
So if we could have more people be loud like these people when he introduces the head of Pfizer, that might help move him forward, right? So let's hear it one more time. Watch Trump's face this time. Watch how he responds. I'm gonna say it was a blunder, but watch it. Does he learn anything from this blunder? Check it out.
Head of Pfizer here, so I want to thank him. One of the great people, one of the great businessmen. Thank you, Albert. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
There, right there. When he looked up, you see that? He was looking down. And he looked at Albert, he looks down, he stays down, they're coming at him. And that good for them, coming at saying no, boo. And he looks up. I think there might have been a moment there. So we need more of these. We need more of these moments. And maybe that will give him the value that he could put and weigh it against the Larry Ellison money and just kind of, look at that and go, what is more worth it here? Remember, everyone, he dropped the Zelensky protocol, the hydroxychloroquine. He dropped it because he had people whispering in his ear that he would have more popularity with Operation Warp Speed, and it would secure the 2020 election win for him, which, as we all know, did not actually happen. So
I don't think that's why he did it, man. You got to follow the money there, man. He called up Larry Fink. Larry Fink was the campaign donor. He said, "Hey, Uncle Larry, what should I do?" He said Operation Warp Speed in the CARES Act, because that's what transferred the money over to BlackRock, and that's what we got. So it probably played a role, but I think it's more the money in that.
It probably was more the money, but I'm saying from actual secondhand telling to us here on the Homeless Left, Zelenko's brother, Frank Zelenko, came on the show and told us exactly what his brother told him. How did that last meeting end in that room, that private meeting you had, the follow-up meeting after Trump had told him, we're going to get hydroxychloroquine out to every effing person in this country as soon as he knew it was working. And he calls him back in and he says, I have to, unfortunately, I have to tell you, I've been talking to my, my team. And as much as this works, and we know it works and it's good, and I'll try and plug it for you, Dr. Zelenko, but I unfortunately, my team is telling me that we can get this vax out now. And it's going to be so effective. It's warp speed time. We're going to it. And if we can do this, it will ensure my reelection.
Yeah.
That's what he told him.
Well, here's the thing. He actually has told the truth, though, about Ukraine. Like, he is coming out and telling you what's really happening in Ukraine, or getting pretty close to it. Not 100% of the truth, but he's given us probably about 70-80% of the truth and what's happening in Ukraine, right? With the vaccine situation, he hasn't given us anything. So that's why I personally don't think it's the 4D chess happening here. And I want him to feel that pressure, because maybe it'll change his mind. But personally, I think the money is a lot heavier on this side. And the truth is, if you look at our budget, we simply can't afford to continue going on with what we've been doing in Ukraine, especially if we want to help Israel accomplish the Greater Israel Project, which I know is the next story. So I think they're at a point where they have to pivot, whether or not they want to. And it could actually be part of the plan for, Trump to start winding down this war. They blame it, whatever happens, on Trump. And now, because Democrats aren't changing their talking points, they're still saying that, Trump is evil, he's caving to Putin, not that he's trying to make peace and we need to be done with this. They're still sticking to the same talking points. So
Jay, not only they're doubling down, they're all over their what is that blue sky crap? They're all over the place and they're freaking the hell out. Why? Because CNN has been rotating pundits over and over all day long yesterday. If you were to turn on all day long, pundit after pundit coming on, experts telling us how horrified they are that Trump is not calling Putin a dictator. That's the CNN news feed all day.
Meanwhile, Russia has regular elections. Ukraine just called off their elections, yet for some reason, Zelensky isn't a dictator, but Putin is a dictator. I mean, I don't know, man. It seems like we're doing a little picking and choosing here, but it's just amazing to me that they haven't learned anything from all the other wars we've been part of. So,
Well, we're going to get on to Israel in a second, but I want to say this, Jay. Kudos to you for doing your own research with the baby coming. That is awesome. I hope people watching can do the same. And I saw one of our regular watchers in the chats. I'm going to put this up. This is from Nurses United. My baby has 0 vaccines and lived through influenza. Imagine that. Thank you, Nurses United. And congrats on your baby as well. But yours is coming, Jay. I have to say, this is the time. Parents need to do this stuff. They need to do that work that you're doing. So really, pat on the back to you on that. And I hope other people can do that research themselves. And know this is a warning, a forewarning, because we know parents. I know parents. Leslie knows parents personally that have gone in to do the thing and tell the nurse, tell the doctor, tell the pediatrician, no, we're good. And they will double. These are drug lords. These are drug pushers, man. They will pin you to the wall and say, no, we have to do this. So you have to hold your ground. You have to be strong, and they're going to come at you. They're going to look at you like this is, and that's the game that you're ready to play, Jay. And I know you're ready for it, but I'm telling people watching, that's part of it that you have to sign up for as well.
And in all fairness, I truly do think that they believe that these things are needed for good health. I don't think the nurses and doctors are telling people to do that, because they know that they're getting paid for it. In fact, most of the people who work for a doctor's office aren't even aware of how the billing side works and how a lot of those bonuses are going to work.
The doctors are, Jay. I'm not. I agree with you on the nurses, and I agree with you.
A lot of the doctors are.
I'm not saying the doctors don't. Some of them do believe it, but there's certainly a good amount of those doctors who know exactly what they're doing. They are used car salesmen, and they say, "Have I got a deal for you?" And they have to make their quota, and they're counting on their next vacation, and they're counting on their yacht, and they are die hard to get that quota that they set. They woke up that morning and go, "I'm getting my bonus." That's what's happening.
There probably is some of those too. The only thing I can say is with some of the diseases that people are getting vaccinated against, like polio, that is a vaccine that I truly am considering, because that is a dangerous disease. It does have a more lethal death rate. It does have more consequences. When I look at something like the MMR, measles, mumps, and rubella are all fairly benign diseases for people who are in a well-nourished population. Like, it used to be something people caught regularly, like if you go back a couple decades, and they got over it without any issues. So I'd encourage everyone, as you're doing this, look at the death rate, of the disease in question. Look at the difference between nourished and malnourished populations. And you can find data for all this stuff. And you may come to see that a lot of these diseases are really dangerous in countries where people are starving and don't have access to food every day. That's where they're actually the most dangerous. So, but of course, vaccines are safe and effective. And I'm just reporting on things other people have said, but vaccines are safe and effective. Get vaccinated for everything all the time, everybody.
I agree with you, Jay. And I'm going to be, as soon as we're done with the show later, I'm going to go out and get my 10th booster. I can't wait. It's
Exactly.
I think, to quote Jimmy Dore, my heart swells with pride when I think about my next shot. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Okay, so let's move on here. Time for some Israel chat. Now we're going to get to the. I think later in the show we'll have we're going to focus more on the Trump's appointees on this horrible Zionist problem. That's later in the show. So I only have you for a little bit here. So I want to focus this because we talked about this last week, and I want to focus on this part because the Beavis family situation happened. That was the family that was murdered. But there was this narrative put out, and Fox News is guilty. Number one guilty of doing this horrible reporting. And I hate that we have a lot of people that are in our vicinity that still watch Fox News and think they're populist because they can challenge the Democratic Party, but they're doing this garbage reporting, and we have to call this out. This is horrible, and this one they're still doubling down on this story. If you guys didn't hear, so the Beavis family was killed, and it was part of this exchange of the first phase of the ceasefire. And they're trying, and we know what we know about Hamas is that they're trying to get through this first stage, whatever it takes, and they're willing to bite their tongue and to tough it out and just get to the second phase. Netanyahu is dead set on not getting to the second phase, so he set this whole thing up. He's putting up this picture. It's showing that the Beavis family, doubling down on this is a lie. They were not killed by Hamas. They were killed by the Hannibal Directive. What is the Hannibal Directive? That is where Israel can fire on its own people for the greater good. The greater good. We cover that on the show all the time. Always watch out for the greater good case, because that's no. The humanity and morality and principle and life is the greater good. So stop trying to tell us that we have to do these horrible things for something bigger. So no, this is all a setup. It's not true. This is the story. Netanyahu shows the picture of the Beavis family at combat officers' graduation. Remember what we're fighting for. And here's the translation. He displayed the images of the two sons, and that's obviously to pull at the heartstrings. I want to show you something. I want to show you this picture. This picture says it all. I ask you, you engrave it on the board of your hearts so that you will always remember what we are fighting for and against whom we are fighting. And then he says, he told the graduates, according to Fox News, this was the translation: we are fighting to secure our existence against man monsters who have risen to annihilate us. Again, there is your Islamophobia. There is your creating a monster. They're not people. Dehumanization. 100% correct on that one, Jay. And I wanted, for those of you who don't understand the lie here, the big lie is that the Beavis family was not actually killed by Hamas. How do we know for a fact, Jay? Because Beavis' father told us this himself. Watch this. They're purposely hiding this story. Now, is it possible? Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's say, okay, maybe the father is a self-hating Jew. That whole thing. Let's find any excuse that he hates Netanyahu independently of this and is using this as okay. I'm trying to figure out what is the justification here. Well, I found this morning, Jay. I want people to see this. This is an actual video when the mother and the kids were still alive. This is a chilling video. I don't know if you've seen this yet, Jay, because I didn't see it on too many people on X this morning, and I'm just like, this gave me chills to see. This is the actual footage of the Beavis family as Hamas is trying to protect them from Israel fire, which they are successful with here, but it turns out that they were killed a week after this was shot. This is the actual footage of them protecting the now deceased Beavis family.
الإنسانية عنا مش عندهم. ما حدا حيصيبها عشان تعرف إن الإنسانية عنا. أيوة استروها وخلوها لما تاخدوها حية. اعرفوا خليها تعرف معها أطفال. نعم يا ريتني بحكي عبر ايه؟ أولاد قاعدين عشان يطلعوها من المستوطنة. لم تعد هناك حصانة لا لغرف محصنة ولا لأي شيء من هذا القبيل. صغار هذول مستوطنين صغار، احفظهم وخليهم هان بدون أذى لا تؤذوهم. تمام 100% نتعامل بحكمة هنا الشباب مع مثل هؤلاء. هذا طفل ولد يعني عمره تقريبا 10 سنوات. وطلعنا سليمين ان شاء الله. دير بالكم عليه يا شباب، اوعك تسيبوه، اتعاملوا معاه باخلاقكم.
And according to this, Adam has been great on Twitter. So Adam says this video shows that this is on October 7th. Yeah, protecting the family and others from the Israeli forces' Hannibal directive, using their own bodies as human shields. Israel killed the Beavis family a few weeks later. Mm-hmm. It's not a coincidence. This is so sad. Yeah.
What people need to do is zoom out and recognize that this is all the greater Israel project. Israel has never wanted Palestine to have its own land. They've always wanted all the land in Israel. They want land around Israel. It includes parts of Egypt. It includes all of Jordan. It includes all of Lebanon. It includes parts of Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Iran, all these different countries. And they're starting out with Palestine. But what we're seeing is the start of, if we don't stop them, what they're doing to Palestine, they're going to continue doing to all around Israel too, to continue to take that territory. And they engaged in the Hannibal directive the day of those October 7th attacks. And all those people who died that day, the majority of them were killed by the Israeli military. So this doesn't shock me that they're going after the hostages to be able to say, look, Hamas killed the hostages because there are no more, hostages left alive. Look how brutal they are. So when we go in and we, blow up what's left over there and kill even more women and children over there, in your mind, you're going to think it's justified because Hamas is the ones who are going around kidnapping and killing, innocent people. So this is a pattern of what they do to paint themselves as the victim, to dehumanize the other side, and to make people think their actions are justified and they're defending themselves when it's really a colonialist, expansionist project to take over not just Palestine, but all these different parts of the Middle East.
And you just sent me this link from Red Collective. We're going to take a look at this. This is actual footage from the Hannibal directive carried out on October 7th by Israel. It was in their charter. They changed the charter just before that so they can do this legally, militarily speaking. And here it is. If you guys haven't seen it, here you go.
קיבלתי קוצר אחד, לזיקים קם דיווח בין 0 ל-1. עשרות אנשים שמנסים להיכנס מול נחלות. אתם מנסים חזרה לרצועה על ציר. בסדר, חצו הרבה מזרחה, ביצעתי עליהם פינה.
And, all these, the day of, there's neighborhoods in Israel called the kibbutz, and that's where, Israelis live. And that day on October 7th, Hamas went into the kibbutz to try to take hostages. and Israel fired into the kibbutz. And, you know, some of that was the footage you saw just now, where they were intentionally taking out both Hamas and Israelis to prevent Hamas from taking them. And then the narrative the very next day was Hamas killed all these people, even though it was the Israeli army firing on them. So this is who the Israeli government is. I don't think everyone in Israel is fully aware of what their government is doing, the same way how most people in America are not fully aware of what our government is doing. But there is actually, I think, a difference between America and Israel, in the sense that if you were to ask the average American, I would say probably at least 80 to 90% of Americans do not believe that Americans are inherently better than all the other people across the world that we get into fights with. There's a large chunk of people like in Israel, I don't know the exact percentage, who truly believe that Palestinians are not human. The exact same thing that they accuse Hamas of thinking about them. There's a very large chunk of Israelis who do genuinely believe that, not just about Palestinians, but also about like Arab people in general. And I don't know if you saw the story the other day in Miami, Matt. There was 3 Israelis. Yeah, like, and the Israeli fired on 2 people who he says he thought were Palestinians. And then they wound up being 2 Israelis. But then the 2 Israelis went and said that they were the victims of an anti-Semitic attack, when it was an Israeli who fired on them. But he didn't fire on them because he was getting attacked. He fired on them because he just thought they were Palestinians, and so they had to die. So there is another level of extremism and expansionism in the mindset of a lot of Israeli people, which is extremely dangerous. And it wasn't always this way, you know, like, but in the past few decades, there's been a very strong shift, you know, like more towards the right. And I think, you know, it probably started with the passing of Rabin, you know, back in the 1990s, who was negotiating that deal with Clinton. Netanyahu was actually likely involved in that, because the killer of the prime minister in Israel who tried to negotiate a peace deal with the Palestinians had just come from a Netanyahu speech right before he went to go kill the minister, the prime minister of Israel. So there is a level of propaganda over there that doesn't exist in America right now. And I think Americans need to understand that there's an issue there. There's an underlying issue that needs to be dealt with. And again, I'm half Ashkenazi myself. This has nothing to do with the race of people. This has nothing to do with religion. This has to do with political ideology. And Zionism is, in my opinion, a terrorist ideology. That's how I describe it. It's an extremist terrorist ideology, in my opinion. And it is the driving cause of anti-Semitism in the world today.
Yeah. And we talk about, those who truly believe that anti-Semitism is the biggest problem in the planet, if you at some point, I think we had a little freeze there. We're good? I think we're good.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it cross your mind at some point that if you want to stop the big problem of anti-Semitism, you might want to look at the optics of the thing that you believe the entire world hates? You might want to look at what you're doing. You might want to be concerned about how you operate. You might want to get angry about something like the Hannibal Directive. That might actually interest you in your quest to rid the world of anti-Semitism. That might actually do you some good. So it's hard to even take that claim seriously. The Tulsi Gabbards and the people out there that are saying this is the number one problem. Really? You believe that? So if we were in a team huddle, how can we solve this horrible problem? The number one problem, as you say, Tulsi, as a lot of people think, and let's take you for your word, number one problem for the American people, anti-Semitism. Okay.
Where does it come from?
Let's look at the thing that is, as you say, is causing hate. Let's look at it. What can you do better? What can we do? So there's so many problems with that sentiment, and it makes us believe some of these people aren't being honest about it, and they're either captured or they're, but there's a lot of people that with no power, people, our neighbors, our friends, people right here in Hollywood, man, there are just so many people. They have no power. No one's writing them a check. They just fully believe this thing, and I don't think they've stopped and thought about it really carefully enough and said, wait, what? What did Israel say?
They don't know the history. A lot of people really don't know the history. And, just look at the founding of Israel. Israel was started with the Balfour Declaration, and that was written by the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds also had a hand in the creation of our central bank. So, there's a lot of issues, man, that people are just trying to call attention to. And, if you just dismiss everything as anti-Semitism and you don't look into the reasons behind it, it's only going to cause it to get worse. So I really hope, that folks can look at the history there.
Let's look at this. I'm going to bookend the segment with this is yet another breaking of the ceasefire. This is the actual, and we talk about the first stage of the ceasefire. Hamas, Palestine, these people want to get to the next stage. It seems that Netanyahu does not, because he keeps breaking it at every turn. This is breaking the ceasefire again. Palestinian families who had been anxiously awaiting the release of their imprisoned loved ones all day are returning home exhausted and heartbroken after Israel decided against the release of the captives in yet another violation of the ceasefire. And it seems like every time they violate this, whether it's just bombing a random town in Lebanon, or going into Gaza again, whatever they're doing, or going through the West Bank and seizing some more property and putting them up.
And there's no reports on that in the mainstream media. If you're not in the weeds like you and me, Matt, the average person knows nothing about this. But if Hamas strikes back, that you will hear about.
Yeah. And so people, you're right, they don't know this is happening. But if they were to pay attention, they would say, well, what are they going to do about it? Aren't they going to get angry? Because Israel would if somebody broke a truce with Israel, they would get furious. So why are they going home with one could say with your tail between your legs? And even by this snapshot, it's tragic to see this type of walking home. And there's no recourse. Why is that? If Israel truly broke a deal, wouldn't there be anger and some sort of pushback? No, there's not. That's not how it works. The reason there is no pushback is that Israel holds all the cards, and you have to bite your tongue. You have to walk home, as it says in the tweet, exhausted, heartbroken, and you have to keep your chin high as much as you can, because they want so bad to get to that next phase that they have to just keep their mouth shut right now. But the reality is, when you see Netanyahu parading around on mainstream media, holding those pictures, saying, "You remember the monsters, remember them," he has no intention of getting to that second phase. And that is the tragedy of this entire story.
Yep. It's sad, man. And, what I don't think people realize is Israel cannot defeat Iran, alone. Iran is very much aware of the Greater Israel Project. And, it could, and Iran doesn't actually need nuclear weapons to defeat Israel. So that's why, I'm very worried about, us getting into a hot war with Iran, because they have hypersonic missiles that can have similar devastation to something like a nuclear weapon without the nuclear fallout. So and that's what they demonstrated, like in that exchange they had with Iran a few months ago. And I don't think people realize it, but I think Israel was caught off guard, by how accurate Iran's missiles were, the fact that they couldn't stop it. And there were a few big shakeups, like when that happened. So, we're in a tough spot right now because Israel isn't slowing down. And because they know they have the most pro-Israel president, they could ask for in the White House right now. So that could be part of the reason why we're seeing this Ukraine war come to an end, because they want to pivot, over to the Middle East. And of course, they want to take them by surprise. You don't want to let your enemy know, that you're coming for him. So, maybe that's why Trump keeps saying there aren't going to be boots on the ground right now. But in the long run, I'm not so sure if we'll be able to avoid it, if Israel keeps doing what they're doing. So we'll see.
We'll see. We'll keep an eye on this one, you guys, for sure. Let's go and let's get ahead before we get you out of here, Jay. I want to cover this. You brought this to my attention. This is what one of the shutting down, as a lot of people have been championing Doge and all the shutdowns, the government shutdowns. A lot of them have been good. Some of them not so good. This one stuck out as a really bad one, which was, I guess he was able to slip in there with all the other shutdowns, because we're cheering on these other ones. We're cheering on the corrupt FBI and all these other facilities that need to go or need accountability. At least you got to have some kind of accountability. All this stuff, the U.S. aid. I mean, we've been covering this for the last several weeks, but this one's a little different, and it definitely slipped through the cracks. Why is no one covering this one, Jay? Well, because the whole Black Lives Matter is over and we won, because one cop is in jail for 7 years, and that means there's no more police brutality, and all they did was just funnel more money into the police system. So there's no side is on this. Very similar to the Israel thing, where both sides agree on this. We don't need this information. Well, what information we're talking about? The information that's stored in police misconduct database. What happened? What did he do? Trump administration shuts down national database documenting police misconduct. What? Wait, what? Yes, Donald Trump's second presidential administration shut down a national database that tracked misconduct by federal police, a resource that policing reform advocates, who are barely any left, by the way, who are police reform advocates, not part of the Democratic Party. There's just we're homeless. They should add that the homeless reform, police reform advocates, that would be us. Hailed as essential to prevent officers with misconduct records from being able to move undetected between agencies. Sounds like an an IDF tactic. That's weird. They do the same thing. Interesting. We like to model each other after each other. Our police loves to model ourselves after the IDF model. There's no accountability. The National Law Enforcement Accountability Database, that's NLEAD, which stored police records documenting misconduct, is now unavailable. The Washington Post first reported. The U.S. Justice Department also confirmed the database's elimination in a statement issued online. And here's a piece of that statement. User agencies can no longer query or add data to the NLEAD. The statement read, the U.S. Department of Justice is decommissioning the NLEAD in accordance with federal standards. And now a web link that hosted the database is no longer active. Jay, tell me what is going on here and why is no one saying anything about this? And how big of a problem is this?
I mean, if you care about big government, like putting its boot on your neck, then I would think you would want to make sure that we have good police officers, right? If you want people who do their job well to be recognized, and if you want people who do their job poorly to be held accountable, then we should have transparency, like over a job as important as the police. So I've never been one of the people who ran with the abolish the police movement. I thought that was a pretty dumb slogan. I thought defund the police was also like not a great slogan, because now whenever you talk about police reform, you get lumped into one of these two categories. Oh, do you want to defund the police or do you want to abolish the police? And the reason why I wasn't a fan of either of those movements is because if you look at something like Medicare for All, right? The name of the movement is something positive. It's telling you about what we're going to give you. Defund the police is taking something away. Abolish the police is taking something away. And even though I do believe we want to make sure we're managing our resources correctly and we're not just investing in police and prisons, but we're actually investing in communities and people, it's a negative perception because the whole slogan is built around taking something away. And police are needed. Like we can't have a society that doesn't have any police officers. So I really wish that movement had focused more on something positive. But as far as this move goes, now obviously people are so tired of the BLM conversation, abolish the police, defund the police, that now if you talk about any potential problems with it, they're gonna think, oh, it's another guy who wants to get rid of all the policemen, like and stuff like that. No. I just want to make sure that people who are doing their jobs poorly and have the ability to kill somebody are being held accountable. Because, let's be honest here, guys. Like, if we're moving into a time where there could be, a poor economy, and there could be more civil unrest happening because of that, there could be more protest, like, the police are going to want to crack down on these people. If we don't have any accountability for police behaving badly, they're going to be doing everything they can to intimidate people who are peacefully pushing for solutions like to this issue. So if you're an activist that cares about any issue, you should care about bad police being kept out of the police force, because this affects everybody. This affects everything. And yes, it might affect one group of people or a few groups of people disproportionately more, but it does affect everybody. So if you're someone who believes in anything, who could see yourself being part of a protest, no matter what that protest is, you should want, and even if that's not the case, just care about your fellow Americans, like care about your fellow human beings. Let's get people who aren't violent, like on the police force. And let's make sure that if they abuse their job somewhere and get fired from somewhere, they can't just turn around and go get hired in another police department like 2 counties over. Like, we do not want that situation.
So we've talked about this before, and I agree with you. It was a shitty slogan. Got to get a better slogan. But I think that it's only recently that I started thinking beyond. Because when you say shitty slogan, there's kind of this assumption that there was a team of activists that came up with this in a room. No, this was a top-down operation. This was deliberately done poorly. So that's what I want to put that out there for people. Now, look, I'm not 100% telling you 100% fact that's true, but that's what it looks like to me. When we look at how the CIA, we know this deal, Jay. We talking to the Colonel Townsend the other week about how the CIA functions, that it's a top-down method, making people think something's coming up from the bottom. But it's real. The whole thing's captured from the beginning. So the slogan is designed to divide us, to make us think that there's nothing there. Meanwhile, we're funneling the money into the thing that we're saying defund. And here we are all these years later, and no one's talking about this because the whole thing was a failed project. But yet there's these memories of, oh, the activists were in the street and we got something done and we put an end to police brutality. It's like, no. And I'll say one more thing and I'll pass it back to you, but this part's important. The reason they're doing this is because if we did figure out our own slogan, whatever it is, and I see Robin Hood Forrest did this one. This is good. I think it should be reform the police. Thank you for that, Robin Hood Forrest. Actually, I'll keep that. I want to keep that up there so people see. It should be. That's a good idea. There's other good ideas too. There's other good ideas. We should actually have a meeting and figure out a good one. But I'll say this: the reason they don't want us coming up with a good idea is because it might attract other populists from the right as well. And what we know about right-wing populism, because we have a lot of colleagues and affiliates and associates, we've been following that. We've been following the January 6th stuff. We know there's the sentiment. They're big on Second Amendment gun. They're big on pro cop. They were taking selfies with cops at the Capitol. However, they're also very much aware that FBI, CIA, these 3-letter agencies are captured, and people with power abuse that power. They understand that. That's the functionality of these agencies. The police are no different. The left knows this about the police, or they did until they got confused about it during the defund the police. Again, on purpose, they got them confused. They don't know what to be skeptical of anymore, other than their neighbor with the Trump sign. That's the thing. It's the neighbor with the Trump sign. That's the thing that's going to hurt my life. Not somebody abusing their badge and gun. That's not going to hurt me anymore. But they know that deep down. And so if they allowed us to do our own slogans and allowed us to actually have a ground up movement that wasn't captured from the get-go, we'd all realize we were on the same side, and we have to be skeptical of all of the agencies. What the hell is the difference between an FBI agent or an undercover CIA guy or somebody or a Fed that's called up and said, your job today is to put on a MAGA outfit, go to the Capitol. There's a box hidden for you in the back room. We got so-and-so's going to radio. What's the difference between that and show up to Compton, plant some effing evidence, get this guy booked, bring him in, shoot him in the back if he resists, or if he resists, shoot him in the back, say it was So what is the hell is the difference between those two scenarios? I'm telling you, the people are going to wake up and realize this. They know that, so they have to double down on these co-op horrible operations that they do to us over and over. And I'm sick of it. We need enough people to stand up and say, enough of this. We need a real ground up movement. So this needs to be blasted out there. And it's not a left-right issue. This is a people issue. You're 100% right, Jay. The police not having accountability is the same problems we've been screaming about, and the right is screaming about it, about other problems. We all need to come together and say, this is not right.
Exactly. Like the whole thing could have been framed in a completely different way. Like, you know, I like that slogan, you know, I believe it was Robin Hood just put up, reform the police, because let's get them better training. Let's teach them de-escalation tactics. Like there's a reason why, you know, Army officers, like retired veterans who come back and join the police force, tend to have less complaints against them. It's because they are trained to recognize actual threats, like, you know, when they're going abroad overseas, and like they don't overreact, you know, like in smaller situations. They have much better training than our police officers. So like both the right and the left should be able to agree that we want better trained police officers, right? So that could have been something we spoke about. There could have been a big focus on, hey, let's get the best education system in the world right here in America, which will likely reduce the number of criminals like that we have on the street, right? And then we won't have to worry about as much criminals running around. So like the focus shouldn't be on taking away something. As we're building a movement, the focus has to be on building something new. Like, because if it's negative, it's just a way to divide people, and you're not focusing on what comes after. So, you know, I love everything you said just now, man. You know, great points. And if the more people realize that we're in a moment where we can find common ground, like the better chance, you know, like we can actually come together, you know, and get something done. Because like, I think, you know, I don't know, like I'm hoping that, you know, it already seems like MAGA is pushing back on Trump on certain issues. So if the left can kind of, you know, get it together and reach out to MAGA more, like, you know, we're trying to do over here on the homeless left, like we really do have potential to, you know, like turn this thing around. So hopefully, you know, we get on the right page. But
we need to get on the right page. And I think, and I'm trying to do this. And when Craig comes on the show, he says, no, don't worry about those Democrats that will never learn. I go, I think some of them are waking up. We had our moment years ago, but you know, some are having it now, and we need them in our coalition, just like we need the right-wing populists in our coalition. But we need more lefties to go homeless with us too. I mean, we really do. So like, then we'll be loud enough, like you're saying, that's what they don't want, but we can do it. We need enough people understanding that we're actually on the same side, and we've been on the same side the whole time. We just didn't know it.
And just, you know, to leave it on a positive note, before I got to dip out, I've been having a few debates, you know, with people on the left on different social media platforms, and even on the vaccine issue. You know, like I am starting to make like a little bit of progress, but what I think the key in the conversation is when you're talking to people online, avoid insulting people when they insult you, because that's what people always go to when you make a good point and they don't know how to respond. They insult you and they start calling you names. But if you can avoid responding to the name calling and just staying on point and sticking with your data and showing them more data, like on the vaccine issue in particular, I started throwing studies at people. I started, you know, like showing them the graphs and helping them visualize it. And then you get to the point where you can tell they're kind of starting to think about some of the points that you're making. So I just encourage everyone, as you have interactions online, do not let people drag you into the gutter. I get people saying the wildest shit to me, man, like on a regular basis online. And I never respond with negativity. If there's a point that I was originally trying to make, I just ignore the insults and provide more reasons and more data behind my point. And even if you don't convert that person, what you do is you leave a trail of evidence. So the next person who comes along and looks at the conversation sees, okay, one person is insulting this guy, and this guy is just giving good reasons and data behind his answers. So I'd encourage everyone to pretend whoever you're talking to online is right there in front of you in person, and they can beat you up. How would you speak to this person if you really had a point to make? Yep. Like, you would be nice, you would stick to your point, you wouldn't engage in the back and forth, you would just focus on the point. So as you're talking to people online, pretend that's a situation, and eventually more and more people will come to the right side. So yeah.
I love that advice, Jay. I will personally take it to heart because I need to apply it right here in Hollywood, like right now, like literally yesterday. I need to be doing that. But yeah, and everybody listening, great advice, Jay. Thanks so much for being on with us again this week, and remind people where they can find you. I see right there. You're go for it.
Best place to find me is on X, on Twitter at JS Ascension. I'm also on Instagram, 649 Royalty. Follow me on there, but the best place is on X. That's where I am the most. I got an album coming in June. It's going to be good music, positive music with a message. I'm speaking about everything from ancient history to politics to love, everything you could imagine. So check it out, and I'll be in touch soon. Later, Matt.
Thanks, Jay. Okay, talk to you later.
All right.
All right, Jay Scott, ladies and gentlemen, what a great conversations. We are packing it in for you guys. We have our guest coming up, I think in about, at the 30 mark. Okay, we got about 50 minutes here. I got some stuff to cover with you guys, some big stuff. We're going to pile through it before we are joined by the infamous Godfather character of the real life Goodfellas. Michael Franzese will be with us at the half-hour mark. It's coming up less than an hour from now. So stay tuned. We will be going through some other big stories before that. So yes, more show coming. I was going to cut to a card, but you know what? Why don't we just do, actually, no, let's go ahead and cut to a card here. Okay. Give me 1 second here. We're going to do about, give me 2 minutes, guys, and we will be right back. All right, we are back with some more Homeless Left action for you guys here in the non-tribal space of independent media, which still is surviving. We're not on life support, but we are in survival mode. We've been in survival mode our whole existence since we started. We got a kind of a late start to this medium. yeah, it's gotten hard. It's gotten hard for those who've been doing it for years. We've learned, we've educated ourselves. We've seen that the space has gotten smaller. It's difficult because there's so much censorship, because the censorship industrial complex is so advanced now. They have all these techniques to stop us. They don't just remove us. They don't just smear us. They don't just cancel us. They have shadow banning. They have algorithms in place. They keep track with their surveillance, where they can anticipate our behavior before we do it. There's all these techniques. It's pretty remarkable. We have to just be creative and move around it, and keep doing what we're doing and get louder and louder. The best we can do. That's all we can do. So thank you guys for being here with us today. I just got word we're actually going to have our guest in a little sooner. I think we got about a half hour, so I'm not going to cram as much in, but we'll do it after the fact. But there's a lot of stuff we're going to get to now. I think it's time for, let's go. Let me change. Yeah, we're going to do a little real fake news update. This one will be fun. Give me 1 second. We're going to, let's cue this up. Real fake news update coming right up. Here we go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Today, this week, we are taking a look at CNN's coverage of the recent announcement by Elon Musk and Doge that they're going to be holding government officials accountable for what they do during the week. Here's the header. They've been running this for the last few days. Pretty scary stuff, guys. Federal workers fear job cuts, service disruptions amid Elon Musk's Doge push. Federal employees are raising alarms over Elon Musk's push to reshape the U.S. government, an effort now compounded by a weekend directive for workers to justify their jobs in writing. The mounting pressure has left many in the federal workforce feeling vulnerable. Well, let's see. How vulnerable are they? I'm sure that must be traumatic, getting an email from someone telling you, and it's not their boss, but it's somebody doing some outside, coming in and saying, what's going on in this company and what are you doing? We've seen this before. Now, look, is that the whole story? Of course it's not the whole story, but how far does CNN go with this? They bring on an employee that fit the bill for the woe is me, I'm just like you watching at home, I have a family to feed, this whole bullshit. She has the time to go on CNN and tell us how horrible it was to get this news. Here we go.
Tell us about this email and what it was like receiving it and what you all have talked about after getting it.
Sure. I got this email Saturday afternoon, about 3 p.m., and I felt absolutely infuriated getting this email with a demand within 48 hours to provide a response on what I did within the last week or face termination. This is clearly an attempt from Elon Musk to harass and bully and intimidate the federal workforce, which is part of his broader plan to gut the federal workforce and privatize public sector services to ensure that corporations like his own can get more profit. And that makes me really angry, and my coworkers as well.
Really angry. Oh, petrified. Do you think that this CNN host had any sense to ask her any follow-up question? I don't know. Like, how did you have the time to come in here and tell us this? But you didn't have the time to answer the email. That question wasn't asked at all. But guys, we're talking about this happens at companies. It should happen even more at a federal company because this is our taxpayer money. This isn't just like a corporation working off their own privatized system where they do it all the time. They bring in outside companies. It happens all the time. And we see this. You guys know this happens. So anybody who thinks this is woe is me, oh my God, what a horrible thing's happening to this woman. For those of you who think that, let me remind you, if you have any Office fans out there, this actually aired on The Office a few years back. And I think this is a hilarious replay of this famous scene of what do you do? What exactly do you do here? Check it out.
Mine. Oh, thanks. I'm really looking forward to sitting down with you and finding out more about what you do here.
Anytime.
Yeah. What do you do here?
Excuse me. What is wrong with this woman? She's asking about stuff that's nobody's business. What do I do? Really, what do I do here? I mean, I should have written it down. Qua something. Quabity Ashwins. No, but I'm getting close.
Creed, that's quality control. He all those years he worked at the office in Scranton, and he never knew that he was quality control. Creed, quality control. So yeah, that would be like the character Creed going on CNN and boo-hoo-hooing about having to say what they actually do at the company. That's how ridiculous this is. Now, later on in that evening, there was a follow-up, and this is where we get the real in real fake news, because I'm shocked they haven't fired this guy yet, but you guys know this dude. He is the only pushback voice left on that network, and he's going to make this point, and it actually airs, and he actually calls out his own network. I am shocked they have not fired him yet. Check this out.
Of federal workers, and it is just plain wrong.
And it's random.
It's abusive.
It's random.
It's abusive.
Yes,
to get an email?
I do think that. I think the way that they are. Yeah, I think the way that they are treating them.
Why? How is this abusive?
Scott, have you ever gotten an email from someone that said you better do this or else you're going to resign?
Yeah, it's called having a boss in the private sector.
From someone who's not your boss?
The White House is every federal worker's boss. That's number one.
Elon Musk is not anybody's boss.
Scott, how is Elon going to evaluate? I mean, how is he going to evaluate the work of thousands of federal employees when he has no idea what they do?
He's not. The test was, are you even paying attention to your email? Are you even at your terminal?
Some federal workers, he sent it on a weekend. Some federal workers do not have access to their emails on the weekends. They just don't.
Did they go to work today? I mean, look, the amount of outrage.
I love her pushback. Some they don't have access to their emails. Yeah, well, why aren't these people being asked that? Like, so you've seen the email, but you weren't able to access? I mean, come on. That is literally you're just, come on. That's stretching it like I've never seen. I mean, come on. And I'm glad he's pushing back. I can't believe they haven't fired this guy yet, because he's been doing this a lot this year since the election. He's been doing this a lot. I love it, actually.
Melting down and sort of outpouring of emotion over this ought to tell you everything you need to know. We had a lady on CNN today, a supposed federal worker, who said she was infuriated by getting this email. She had time to go on CNN, but she didn't have time to send a 30-second email saying, here's what I was working on last week. This is what people in the private sector have come to hate about how they view the public sector. And I think there's a great many very dedicated public servants. But you said, it's about control. Yes, it's about control, and it's about finding out who is actually at their job working and who isn't, and do we need all these people?
Ladies and gentlemen, Scott Jennings, current CNN senior political commentator, soon to be jobless himself, I would assume, after enough of these. But he literally just called out his own network for going through that charade you guys just saw previously, which literally looks like an Office sketch at this point, which is, we do the Office clip for you. But this is, and who knows, maybe they're keeping Scott Jennings on because it gives them a little bit of just that little touch of self-awareness, keeps whatever viewership they have left, saying, well, at least they're pushing back on themselves there. And he's just talking about it. It's not going to change. They're still going to go about their business as usual at CNN. So who knows? Maybe that's the game. I mean, he just, pretending to be pushing back on this. But we know that we don't need Scott Jennings to tell us this. We could tell right away when we watch this crap, which was shared on Twitter. We love seeing these clips. We love seeing these clips show up on Twitter on our feed, because we don't have to go and literally watch CNN. Oh God, no, I don't want to watch CNN. And we told you guys earlier, all day long, yesterday even, CNN, all they did all day was play clips of pundits and experts coming on to tell us that they're outraged and horrified that Trump won't call Putin a dictator. So that's how bad it is at CNN. Speaking of Ukraine, we're going to end this segment with one more example of CNN theater, and this is the Ukraine saga. We're going to talk about Ukraine a little more later, but with this segment, you can see the tides are turning regarding the narrative of Ukraine and this war that was unwinnable by Putin at one point. You guys remember that? This is a shut case, open and shut case. Ukraine all the way. Putin has no chance. He's trembling. That's been the narrative for mostly the last 3 years. And now we saw two things happen here on CNN. Check out, this is that asshole Brian Switzer. He comes on to do some damage control. And then the headline below him, we're going to talk about that in a second too, but this is all damage control for Ukraine. This is CNN trying to steer the narrative again. So here we go. We're still on a real fake news update. This is some real fake news for you guys still over at CNN. Here we go.
At least it's pretty obvious what's happening. Some of this, I fear, is about illiteracy on the part of the voters, not knowing, for example, about the spending that's going to Ukraine that's actually funding American technology, right? Funding American manufacturing plants.
Okay, so what he's talking about, I'm sorry, this is hilarious. So he's blaming the voter, blaming the viewer, punching down, as we say on the homeless left. This is an actual living example of punching down to your own viewers. Could you imagine if we did that to you guys? No, you guys are watching us. We're on the same team. There's a reason you're watching us. We give you some respect. We want to enlighten you with some stuff. We want you to help enlighten us with some stuff. It's a give and take. That's how it works. This guy is literally telling what's remaining of his audience that they're too stupid to understand that Ukraine wasn't actually about democracy. That's what he's saying. So we lied to you about that. It really wasn't about democracy. There was something else going on that you guys didn't really fully understand. We tried to tell it to you. We were telling you about the democracy thing, having Paul McCartney wave a Ukrainian flag around on a stage 3 years ago saying, yeah, we're bringing peace and democracy. So what you're saying, Brian Seltzer, is you're telling us that the real reason that we were in Ukraine and we're still trying to do this is because of American jobs, i.e. weapons and killing and murdering and weapon contract money laundering for Americans to benefit Americans specifically who work in the weapons industry. That's the part we're just too stupid to understand. It was always an opportunity for American jobs because Ukraine is actually a corporation. It's no longer a democracy. We took that away from them in 2014. If it's not obvious to you now, it should be effing obvious. They haven't had an election. They've canceled all. They've canceled journalism. They've canceled churches. There's no functioning of democracy in Ukraine. And what he's telling us is that it was about the opportunity for American companies to profit off of a fake story that we needed to stop Putin from taking over the planet. Let's hear him say it one more time. Yes, your ears do not deceive you. This is Brian Seltzer telling his own audience that they're too stupid to understand capitalism and why war is a primary factor, if not the essential primary factor of continuing capitalism and the profit over people model that only benefits CEOs, shareholders, billionaires, elites, and not you, because it's a big group, but you ain't in it. Tell us again, Brian. We're too stupid to get it.
Pretty explicit, at least it's pretty obvious what's happening. Some of this, I fear, is about illiteracy on the part of the voters, not knowing, for example, about the spending that's going to Ukraine that's actually funding American technology, right? Funding American manufacturing plants. And by the time you do learn those facts, it's too late.
But I do think, look,
And let's back this up just a bit. Freeze frame. Look at this heading. This is also part of damage control. The war wasn't necessarily provoked by the Russians. Oh, some more damage control. Optics are important. Now we're seeing a little more nuance. Oh, it wasn't Putin that just woke up one day on February of 2022 and just decided out of nowhere, I feel like today's the day I'm going to take over the world. Because that's what you told us. That was your narrative. Now it looks like there might have been some provoking going on the NATO side. Interesting. You're kind of planting the seed in there, CNN. So yeah, damage control, 100%. They got to turn it around. And while they're turning around, they got to punch down on their viewer and say, you're too stupid to understand what's really going on. And what's really going on is capitalism at work, which is 100% the Western war machine trying to hold on to dear life of their own empire, which is crumbling in real time. We are living through the crumbling of an empire. And as we know, the way empires crumble, they always go down kicking and screaming. And that is a real fake news update. Okay, we have time for one more story before our guest comes on for today. Very excited to have him. We're setting this up. He'll be coming on in about 15 minutes. Okay, we're gonna do one more story. I think we got to cover Zelensky here. Let's do that. Give me 1 second. We'll be right back. We're doing a little card so I can set this one up. Okay, here we go. Okay. We are back. We are back with some more show for you guys. I think it's time we get into, before our guest joins us. Man, this is gonna be a great interview. I cannot wait. Michael Franzese is going to be with us shortly. Before that, so stay tuned for that. That's coming up very soon, probably in the next 15 or 20 minutes here. In the meantime, I think we're going to be doing some Zelensky news here. So let's go for that. If you guys don't know, that we've had this back and forth we've been watching with Trump and Zelensky. Some people are saying, and Jay Scott was on the show earlier, and he was talking about maybe Trump is actually getting this right. It seems he's doing everything very calculated here, setting up Zelensky to just fail. And it looks like he's in the process of failing right now. He wants out. Zelensky wants out. He's saying that he wants out. So let's go through this recent developments. So he's all over the place about this money, because you guys remember last week we told you guys, as they were going back and forth, Trump calling Zelensky a dictator, Zelensky firing back at Trump, Zelensky admitting that there was money missing from the $200 billion. I repeat, $200 billion that we gave him. He's saying at least half of it is missing. So we know all that. What about the money that you did get? You're admitting you got $100 billion. Okay. So what about how much of that are you going to be paying back, Zelensky? Tell us how much you're going to be paying back of any of that money that our elected officials pushed our taxpayer money to give to you, how much of that are we going to get back? Let us know, please.
Що у нас було 100. І це факт. Я не збираюсь визнавати 500.
I'm not going to recognize 500. So you gave me 100. I'm not going to recognize 500. Okay. No matter what. All right, go on. You're talking 100 billion. 100 billion you gave him. You're not going to recognize 500. Okay.
Що не говорив, як би ми не спілкувались. При всій повазі. Ще раз.
With all due
При всій
respect
повазі до партнерів, але
to the partners,
я стійко стою, тому
I'm
що
standing firm because this is a true situation. We are absolutely in the second situation, to be honest, even 100 billion, I'm not ready to play back. Let me explain why. Wait, okay. So you prefaced it with forget 500, forget 200, forget anything other than the 100. I'm only admitting to receiving 100. And I'll even give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's say that all the other middlemen in this money laundering scheme, which we've been telling you guys from the beginning, Ukraine is a money laundering scheme. It's been that way for 3 effing years. So let's take his word for that part. I'm just saying, like, he's probably lying about that too. But let's say that he only received 100 billion, not 500, not 200, 100. Okay. Now, what are you telling us about that 100? What are you telling us, Zelensky? Are we not getting that back? Let me explain why. Because we should not recognize grants as debt. Oh, so this was a grant. Huh, interesting. Do you like it or not? I negotiated with Biden. I negotiated with the Congress of the United States of America. I'm grateful to the Congress. It was the presence of 2 parties. We had the negotiation, motherfuckers. That's what he's saying. We worked it out. Sorry, everyone, that I took your money. You had no say in it. Sorry, you stupid idiot Americans. I worked this out with Biden. I worked this out with every member of effing Congress, except probably Thomas Massey and maybe a few others. That's it. All the Democrats, all in. And he's saying now, oh, no, it wasn't a loan. It was a grant. Well, you guys are really bad negotiators. You are horrible negotiators because you told us it was a loan. In fact, Zelensky, you told us it was a loan. Remember? Do you remember? We remember.
You can't give us some financial support. Okay, please give us a credit and we will give you back money.
Please give us credit and we'll give you back money. Please. That's the look of desperate, right? That's the desperate look. Please. And even his voice changes. He speaks English. Isn't that funny? He all of a sudden can speak English when he needs. It's a loan. Please. This is like, can I get an extension on my credit card payment? Can I get a bonus? Can I get a cash advance? Oh, please. And as soon as you get it, you're like, F you, I ain't paying that back. I don't give a shit. F you. So the demeanor changes. He goes back to he's not speaking English anymore. That's for sure in that first clip. So there we are. Now, how do we know that he quit or that he wants to quit? Well, we followed up with this. So after he changed the loan to a grant, now he's saying, suggesting that he's done. Daytime Drama Award goes to Zelensky says, ready to quit as president in exchange for Ukraine and NATO membership. Oh, you're negotiating a quitting if we get membership. If you want me to leave my post as soon as possible, I'm ready for that. He's so desperate to leave. He's putting out this claim that just get Ukraine into NATO and I'll be out. Pretty desperate, pretty wild. That's not going to happen. Ukraine is not joining NATO. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. If that happens, we are in the midst, as we've been saying, World War III, and that's it. We're done. You can't do that. That's not in the cards. We have no situation with Russia where that would be acceptable. That's the point. Ukraine is supposed to stay neutral. That's what we agreed to. I'm telling you guys, we'll double down on this. There's no way Ukraine is winning this war. There's no way Ukraine is joining NATO. None of that is going to happen. Zelensky just needs to go now. He's already saying, I want out. He just needs to go. We still need to be very concerned about the other role players in this. This is Lindsey Graham. Lindsey down to the last Ukrainian Graham. And he's not really happy right now. And he's doubling down. Looks like, according to Adam, Senator Lindsey Graham calls for the U.S. military to help Israel strike Iran's nuclear power plants, stating the Trump administration needs to make a decision soon. Okay, so he's going all in on the war with Iran. Why? Because he knows that Ukraine war is ending. I actually have to give Lindsey Graham props because he's saying, forget all that with Putin. Let's start focusing now on Iran. Ooh, yeah. You can see the lips are salivating. You can see it. Let's hear it. Let's hear him say it. Let's hear him say it himself. This is Lindsey Graham turning his attention to Iran. Check it.
Administration is going to have to make a decision here very soon about the Iran nuclear program. There are two paths to take. A military path where we help Israel deliver a decisive blow against Iran's nuclear infrastructure. I prefer that path. The second path is to negotiate with Iran to try to get them to abandon their nuclear ambitions. If that path is chosen, it needs to be limited in time. We should put it on the clock, and we should define what success looks like.
So, no, just to be very clear, no negotiating. We don't negotiate. That's our strategy. That is our foreign policy. We do not negotiate. Have you guys gotten the memo? That's our foreign policy. We don't negotiate with Putin. We don't negotiate with Iran. We don't negotiate with China. We don't negotiate with anyone. Period. We don't. So as soon as you guys understand that that is a failed policy, that is a policy of an aggressor. NATO is an aggressor. If they can't get a war over here, they're going to go over here. They're going to multitask it. We started to realize that the failed attempt at the war in Ukraine was actually a setup to get Putin distracted so he wouldn't be all in on the Syria situation, so we can go double back for Syria and take out Assad, which we did. We drove him out. So that happened. It was like an 11-day thing. You guys remember that. So NATO plays this game of aggression. Don't negotiate. Lindsey Graham's fully aware of it. And I will tell you this. I will take Lindsey Graham's assessment over someone like, I guess, ex-populist, ex-activist, people's activist, former people's activist, Bernie Sanders, turned neocon. Bernie Sanders is now a neocon. We covered his biggest hit post ever. I don't know if it was on Instagram, but there was like 1 million people that watched it last week. We covered that. His big FU to Trump, doubling down on neocon propaganda, doubling down on Russia. You guys are not going to believe Bernie's take on what's happening right now. As Zelensky is giving us a back and forth on loan and grant, Bernie, you are 100% at fault for participating in this loan grant, $200 billion, $500 billion. We lost $400 billion of it. Bullshit. You're totally responsible for that. You will never admit it. So on one hand, Lindsey Graham is telling us what we're doing. Bernie is still lying. And he doubled down on that last video. And I think it's because he got so many hits on it last week. He said, you know what? I think I'm going to do another one. Yeah, I'm going to do another video where I blame Trump for giving us misinformation about historical context of why we're in a war. And I'm going to double down on the lie that Putin bad man. Putin bad man. Democrats good. Trump dangerous. Let's hear Bernie. And he takes the camera outside, so he gives you a nice little view of Vermont in the back. Really nice view of February in Vermont. Good job with this, Bernie. You got the lighting. You got this. This is great. You're really relating to us now. All the people that no longer come to your freaking rallies. You piece of S. Bernie Sanders doubling down on Trump is a danger. Putin is a dictator. Zelensky is a hero. Check it out.
I want to hear one Republican come to the floor of the Senate and talk about freedom unless that senator has the guts to call out Trump for the lies that he is telling about Putin and the war in Ukraine. Mr. President, it was Russia that started the war, not Ukraine. It is Putin who is the dictator, not Zelensky. This country must not align itself with Putin and authoritarianism. We must fight for democracy all over the world.
Paid for by friends of Bernie Sanders. Please chip in $27 on your way out the door. Please. The gift bucket is going around. We need your $27 to fund the next neocon warmongering ad for Bernie to tell us to give us even more money so we can continue funneling it through the Democratic Party into the military-industrial complex. So F you, all my supporters that were out in the streets with me in 2016. F you, who came back and gave me a second chance in 2020. I personally put a hole in my campaign on purpose that deflated it completely when I told you in January of 2020 that Putin was the reason why I'm ahead in the polls. That's right. Bernie Sanders did that in January of 2020, right before COVID. Bernie Sanders told us that the reason he was number one in the polls wasn't because the people wanted him to stick it to the Democratic Party, because that's what we wanted. Not that reason. Not that they didn't like anyone else on that effing list, including a fourth place Joe Biden at the time. Fourth place. He told us Putin wanted him to be in the lead. And we have to be careful about Putin propaganda and not trust it. So he purposely took himself out of that race and told us that. So Bernie, I ask you, Bernie neocon Sanders, I ask you all these years later, do you still believe that Putin wanted you to be the nominee for the Democratic Party in 2020? And that's why you had to fall back and trust your friend, the good Joe Biden, my good friend Joe Biden. Everyone, he's a good friend. I talk to him every day. You got to vote for him. And then, later we'll get him to do something. Yeah, freaking right. We don't fall for that anymore, Bernie. And that's it. We're done with you. And you know what? At least Lindsey Graham has the balls to tell us he's a salivating neocon who wants blood. Just tell us. Lindsey freaking down to the last Ukrainian Graham. At least he will tell us that. So we'll take the wolf over the wolf in sheep's clothing any day. Okay, that's our update on Ukraine. It looks good. It looks like we're heading in the right direction, and we'll keep an eye on this. And yeah, we're hopeful. We were on the fence, but now it looks like the cards are falling into place, and we might actually get through this thing. And I tell all my Democratic friends here in Hollywood, I tell them there are people who voted for Trump for that one issue. The one issue is he can actually end one of these freaking wars, and one less war is good enough for a vote. Even if I don't like him for anything else, that's a reason to vote. So you got to know that those type of people exist, and you have to applaud that those one issue voters, because they might actually come through. He might actually come through. Okay. Let's go ahead and I'm going to clear the table here. I think we are going to be bringing in our next guest here in a moment. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to cut to a card here, and we'll be right back in about a minute or a minute. All right. We are back with some more Homeless Left show for you guys. I realized we didn't switch the banner back on the last segment. I'll have to cut that out on the upload of the segment. Good to see that. This is what happens when you got to run your own tech on the day. We'll have Jamie Cheese Slice back with us on Thursday. But for today, I got to do, I guess 8 hands. I got to have 8 hands on the buttons today, on the ones and twos, as Craig Pasta Jardula loves to say. Okay, there's the correct banner. All right, we are so excited for this next conversation, guys. Before I introduce him, I'm going to play a little clip because he was recently featured on Bill Maher's Club Random. Check it out, and then we'll give him a proper introduction. Here we go. This is actually, yeah, so you guys know, this is Michael Franzese on Bill Maher's Club Random. Here we go.
We do love America. I mean, Michael Corleone, when he has to go testify, he's a war hero. He was.
Let me tell you this. I was indicted 7 times. I had 2 federal racketeering cases and a state racketeering case, and I love America. And at one time, I hated the FBI and I hated the government. I grew up hating them because I love my dad, and they were, constantly harassing him. In my view, now I understand a little bit more.
But didn't he kill people?
Well, that's what they say.
Love that conversation. You guys can check that out. And now we're lucky to have him here today. He's a former Cooper regime. It's a captain of a New York Colombo crime family. He's now turned to a best-selling author, a podcaster, and a motivational speaker. Please welcome to the show, Michael Franzese. Hey, Michael. Oh, we got to get your sound going. We got to press the right. It's all good. Let's see. Do you have a setting on yours, on your sound? There might be a setting there. We'll fix it. If you click the settings, you might be able to click the audio section there. I guess, yeah. Let's see. This is what happens when we don't have you come on at the beginning of the show. It's our bad. To do a little tech. There's a settings there at the bottom. Just say audio under the camera, and maybe you can change your audio option. No, not yet. If that doesn't work, what we can do is have you come out and come back in, and it might give you the option again. If we do it like that. Oh, there, I got you. I just heard you for a second there. Whatever you just did, that worked. We'll get it. I know we'll get it because I think I just heard it. We'll get this. It's all good. I wonder what just happened. See, yeah, I see you do the mute. Okay.
No.
Oh yeah, I got you. We hear you. Talk for me. Talk for me now. I got you. Test. Can you hear me? Michael, can you hear me? Okay. So for those of you guys watching, what we're doing is there's an audio set, and I think he did a little switch, and this is easy to make this little mistake here. What happens is you switch the in and output, and we could hear him for a second, but then he could stop hearing me. So we got to switch the input output correctly. Yeah.
How about now?
Yes, we got you, Michael.
All right.
Yes.
Perfect.
All right. Good. That's okay. We have this happen sometimes, especially when we bring guests in and we had no time to tech. But hey, we got to wing it, us here on the live feeds. We got to wing it sometimes. But hey, thank you so much for being with us here today, Michael.
Thank you, Matt. And unfortunately, I have a touch of laryngitis. I've been speaking a lot this whole week. So I'll do my best to get through it, but I didn't want to disappoint you.
No worries. I appreciate you taking the time. And we had a chance to meet earlier a few weeks back, doing a story for I believe, yeah, we were covering you for a British outlet, and I was able to hear your story, and I was like, man, this is such a great story. And I know you've been doing the rounds, you've been doing Bill Maher, You had Andrew Tate, you had some others. I want you to tell me some other ones you've done as well. But I just knew that your story of the realization you had about your experience, and I want to hear about this for you in a second. And you don't have to talk too much if it's hurting the voice, but the thing we want to know, that our audience is going to want to know, is that someone like you had gone through the life that you've had and now are able to apply that knowledge to the current political system that we have here. Not just the current, but you're making a commentary. I believe that the life you've lived, you're able to use that to make a commentary on the dysfunction of the entire system, not just a few things wrong here and there, but an entire makeup that says that our government, our system in place, is not being run in an honest way. So let's go back to the beginning with you. Can you tell us what, briefly, your experience going through this crime family situation, and the fact that we had seen your stories shown on Goodfellas, the movie Goodfellas, and then you ended up where you are now, completely changed man. How did that happen for you?
Well, with me, I got involved in the life because my dad was the underboss of the Colombo family, one of the 5 New York Cosa Nostra families. And so I got involved when my dad got a 50-year prison sentence, and I saw it as a way to help him out. So I became a made member in 1975. I took an oath, and I was in that life for about 20 years and had some success. I was a caporegime. I reached that level. And, got involved in many, many different things, became a major target of law enforcement. I was indicted 7 times. I went to trial 5 times. I had 2 federal racketeering cases. I became a major target. Also fought my dad's case for, well over 30 years. So had a lot of experience with the government, with law enforcement, with the Department of Justice and all of that. So, and the court system, obviously. So that background sort of gave me a different perspective and outlook on the government operation, the government system. And so I see things a little bit differently because I've been there. I've been around politicians. I've been fighting the government, half of my life. So that experience, again, gave me a whole different perspective on what's happening in our government today.
Yeah, and again, I'm glad you're here with our audience, because we look at, and the reason I played the clip of Bill Maher is because we know Bill Maher. Sometimes he gets things right, sometimes he gets things wrong. And I did notice when I watched the interview, he was trying to get you to pinpoint some stuff to make your case. And I believe that you came back and said, look, this isn't about calling out one deceptive act. That's not what this is about. There's a central makeup of the way something functions. And I think our audience understands. That's why we call ourselves, just so you know, we call ourselves the homeless left, because we are tired of the 2-party system. And we are frankly sick of the particular party, the Democratic Party, who's been lying to us the whole time. But we're not just saying, put this one guy in jail or lock this guy up and things will be right back to normal. Because that's the crap they try to play with us right now with Trump. They try to say, this is the one unique problem. Get rid of him and everything will go back. No, that's not how things. So what I liked is that you pushed back on Bill Maher. You said, listen, there's an overall thing that's happening here that's not just about me calling out one particular incident. And I think he has a hard time understanding that because he wants to call out just the one thing. And you're saying, no, we have to look at this, the way the system is designed. Could you tell us how you were able to discover that, like from your experience in the crime family? What kind of things did you see from there that remind you of that type of behavior? Just like, or when was the moment you realized the correlation? When did you have that aha moment?
Well, I've seen it all along because I was involved with politicians back in the day. I mean, I had them on my payroll. So, we got to understand the government, like any other operation, whether it be corporate America, whether it be, organized crime, it's all about money, power, and control. Yep. That's it. And the way our government is operating now, it's all about money, power, and control. And I think if Trump is doing anything right now, he's showing that these 3 things often cause corruption on a major scale. And we're seeing that now. And I want to make this clear to your audience. People have said to me, oh, Michael, you're buying into the Trump Kool-Aid and Trump's your guy. And I tell people, look, I'm going to be 74 years old. I'm not buying into anybody's Kool-Aid. I have one master in my life, and that's my God. That's it. But when I see something,
I'll support it. And when I see something I shouldn't support, I'll talk about it because I have a platform. What Trump is doing now is trying to restore the government process in America by using Doge and showing every single day the corruption. This is not surprising to me at all. I've seen it. I've been involved in it. I was paying off politicians back in the day to get licenses that I needed for my gas business. You know, I was supporting politicians. What do politicians want? They want two things. They want money and they want votes. That's it. I controlled unions. We controlled unions on the street that were able to give them votes and money. We had huge pension funds. We supported their campaigns. We got them votes. We had the Teamsters Union. We had 2.5 million members plus their families. If you get the Teamsters to endorse you, you got a big voting block there. So we used to provide that, and in turn, they would do our bidding. Same thing now. All these lobbyists that go to these politicians, they give them money, they give them support in certain ways, and the politicians do their bidding. They don't do what's necessary for the people. They do what's going to line their pockets and keep them in power. So it's very simple for me to notice it because I was involved in it. And I think what's happening with Trump now is that he's exposing it to taxpayers. You know, I tell people all the time on my platform, you pay your taxes. You didn't cause this country to go $36 trillion in debt. It was corrupt politicians. It was irresponsibility that caused this. And we're suffering over it. So the fact that it's being exposed now and people on the left are jumping up and down is just, it's horrendous that they would even take that position. You know, we're seeing things now where money was allocated for things that we never wanted. I don't want my money to go into DEI services overseas. I don't want my money to pay for prisoners, okay, to get transsexual operations in prison. That's not how I want to spend my hard-earned tax money. I want it to benefit our citizens and the country in a responsible way. And so, you know, these people that are on the left and crying foul, why would you be crying foul unless you're involved in some devious action in some way? And I'm just happy that this administration is exposing that. That's all it is. It's not a question of buying into Kool-Aid. It's a question of right and wrong. And we've gone so far to the left over these past 4 years, and even during the Obama administration, the same thing. And, you know, that we have to bring this country back. And has it gone on before that? Yes, it's just getting so much worse now that, you know, look, how do you get out from $36 trillion in debt? People can't even fathom what that number is. I can't, you can't. $36 trillion, unless we get a hold on it. It's just like Musk said, this country is heading for a bad place. It's either going to suffer some form of bankruptcy or some other nation that's smarter than us is going to take over power. We have to get it under the control for our kids, our grandchildren, the future of our country. So what am I saying? It's the power and control that we have to take away from these people and put it back in the hands of the people. There's power in numbers. We showed it on November 5th. People said enough. And they put Donald Trump in office because what did he offer? A change. He offered a change at the border. We don't want criminals coming over into our country. Do we want people seeking asylum? Yes, but do it the right way. We're a country of laws. That's all we're saying. Do it the right way. We want to give people asylum that need it, but do it the right way. We want programs that are going to benefit the people and not benefit people that have nothing to do with us. And I can go on and on and on, Matt, but I don't want to take up all your time. No, but this is the bottom line.
No worries. And I appreciate all the sentiment, and you're making these valid points about why to get on board with Team Trump. But I like what you said at the beginning, because you said, you're basically saying, I'm not going to hero worship here. I'm going with the thing that makes the most sense, which is this thing, we have a lot of colleagues, a lot of people in our community here in Hollywood. You know, there's not a lot, but there's some that have the same exact sentiment you just said. And they're one issue voters. And they said, you know what, the one thing that I wanted on Trump was that he just at least stop one of these wars, stop Ukraine, or there's just that one thing. And they got on board, and you can't have a problem with it. That's a very clear thing. And what you just said was very clear. I hope it also comes with the part where, if Trump and Elon and Doge, after the exposing, like, I wonder what comes next after that. is there going to be accountability of where that money then goes next? And the problem I see is, like you said, the Democrats are yelling at the top of their lungs about how you're not supposed to uncover this bad stuff. That part, to me, it is insane. It's insane that the problem is, oh, you're not supposed to pull the curtain back on that. Well, no, you are. And so they're doing that right. But I wonder, well, once that curtain's pulled back, where is the money going next? What is the next thing? Is there going to be a new? So that I want to know that there's enough people. Do you worry about that? Do you think there's enough people close to him that are going to hold him and Elon in check? Because you got to have checks and balances, right? Or do you think there's a chance it could go to another devious scheme after that? I don't know. Maybe I'm more pessimistic than you are, but I think we agree you got to start with pulling that curtain back.
Matt, there's no question. Our government is a behemoth. We've lost control of our government. It's plain and simple. And we have to slim it down, trim it down, and put responsible programs and people in place to administer those programs. Will we ever be running at 100% efficiency? No, it's never going to happen. Okay, but we have to keep this conservative way of dealing with it at this point to get it to the proper point. I don't know how long it's going to last, but Trump got smart. He made the same mistakes in his first presidency. He let this deficit blow up too. And I think now he's realizing this is unsustainable. It just cannot go on. We have to get control. And how do you get control? We have to shrink the size of the government. Our forefathers, they never wanted a behemoth government like this. They wanted limited government to do what the government is supposed to do, not some behemoth running every fraction of our lives. I mean, last administration, they wanted to tell us which washer and dryer we could put in our house. What kind of car we have to drive. I mean, this is ridiculous. We're a constitutional republic. We don't need people coming into our homes telling us how to dry and wash our clothes. It makes no sense whatsoever. So all of this has to be put into perspective, and we have to give the government back to the people. That's what it's all about. And if Trump makes a real effort in doing that over these next 4 years, and people start to wake up and start to see what he's doing and say, okay, our lives are improving. It's better for us now. Democrat, Republican, we don't care who it is. We want an administration that's doing the right thing. Just so happens that that's the direction that Trump is leading us in now. And Matt, I want to say another thing. One mistake that I think he might be making right now, I understand him. He's a New Yorker. He says what's on his mind. He fights. But the people that he's now giving a pink slip to the government workers, which he needs to do. But I think he's got to soften the rhetoric a little bit, because these people are voting public. They're going to go out. They're out of a job, and they're going to have to be voting, 4 years from now. You don't want to get too crazy with them. You got to tell them, listen, we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. We can't support your salary. It's just like in legitimate business. If business is bad and you can't afford people, you got to lay them off. And it's the same thing in our government, but he's got to tone it down a little bit. Not like he's mad at them, or that they did something terribly wrong. He's just got to put it in the right perspective. Trump has a tendency sometimes to just come on a little bit too strong.
Yeah, I agree.
Right thing.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And then we saw Elon kind of has that same attitude, like when we saw that with the Twitter situation, with the transfer of the Twitter, and you saw the whole mainstream smear that, oh, Elon's going broke, he's going to lose that, Twitter's going to go down, he's firing too many people. But he kind of brushed it off and just did his thing, and now he turned a massive profit. He got rid of all the crap. So I don't think we're going to see any delicate articulation anytime soon, because they're just going to do what they do, and we're going to have to deal with the results there. And I think you make an excellent point. These out of work Fed workers they're gonna be up to something. What is their next move? So that might be something. I think that's a good point. We should definitely keep a look at it. But what they're doing now, we know those those ex-employees are going on CNN, they're going on MSNBC, and they're boo-hoo-hooing about how they can't pay their rent, and they have it's like, oh, come on. All of a sudden, you're going to try and relate to us like you're one of us, the struggling American, like where, 80% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. They are one medical bankruptcy away, from losing everything. And like you're going to come on and tell us that a government employee, especially these FBI guys, I am sick and tired of these FBI people, the corruption. They're going to go on CNN, MSNBC, and they're going to boo-hoo-hoo, and we're supposed to feel bad for them. That's the capture of the Democratic Party. And as I do, Michael, we see it here in Southern California, that there's a lot of people that fall for that. And I actually have empathy for them. I think that they're victims of this thing, of this narrative that keeps them mad at the wrong stuff. Why are you're mad at the wrong thing? There's other things to be mad at Trump and Elon about. And I love that we're having this conversation because we can be critical about the things. If something doesn't look right, we'll call it out. They're being told what to be mad at. They're being given the emotion. Time to feel some joy. It's Kamala time. Time to feel some fear. It's Elon time. So it's like, this is the billionaire to hate, not this billionaire. So that's what's going on the left. Where we're at here, I want to get back to this conversation that you had on Bill Maher, but we're going to take it in a little bit of a way. I want to get to JFK, but this is the structure of the government that when you lived the life, you were on, I get this right, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the Forbes top 50 powerful, what was the actual list? It was in the 80s. You were like number 17 on this list. It was the top crime gangster families. Your name was on that top 50, correct? Can you explain that to our audience? And how many of those people are left alive today?
Yeah, it was Fortune magazine, actually, and it was a 1986 article. It was a huge article. It was half the magazine, cover story, 50 biggest and most wealthiest mob bosses in the country. And yeah, they featured 6 of us. I was one of the 6 that they featured. And I was number 18 on that silly list that they made up of the most powerful mob bosses in the country. I was the youngest guy on the list. And I always say the list was silly. They didn't ask for our tax returns. It was just, they sold a lot of magazines and they put the guys up there that they felt that were the most prominent. But out of the list of 50 today, some 30 odd years later, 48 of them are dead. Number 49 is still in prison. I'm the only one alive and free. So, that says something about how blessed and fortunate I've been, throughout my life. But, what it comes down to, Matt, with all of this is people have fed a lot of propaganda for some reason. The 2 most dangerous things that can take down a constitutional republic, take down a democracy, 2 things. When the government, the ruling party, starts to weaponize the Department of Justice and federal agencies to go after their political enemies. We've seen that. People can deny it. They can be delirious. They can say whatever they want, but they 1000% absolutely did that against Donald Trump. No question. They wanted to destroy him financially. They wanted to imprison him. They wanted him out of their universe. They didn't want him around. They went after him in a vengeful way. And they did it to a lot of other people that were surrounding Donald Trump or didn't agree with their agenda. Very, very dangerous. That's the first sign of a dictatorship. Yeah. Secondly, when the media goes along with this and they start to whitewash important stories, they don't report the news, and they just support the party in power. And the media is absolutely complicit in that. They've done it. They continue to do it. They're doing it right now. Yep. And those are 2 very dangerous things that can topple a government, topple our republic. So we have to get a hold of that. The media today, they're still not wising up. They saw what the people wanted on November 5th. They put Donald Trump in power, maybe not because they love Donald Trump. They may still not like him, but they said, hey, we have to be able to afford to pay our rent and put food on our table. It's not working now. We can't have these immigrants coming into our country and killing people and raping people and taking jobs that belong to us. We can't be supporting them in hotels, giving them $10,000 credit cards like they did in New York and giving them free flights in different places in the country. This is insanity. It is absolutely insanity. And for people to support this, either don't get it or they're complicit. There's one of the 2 things. So it's not a question of, hey, Donald Trump is a hero. But we needed a change because we need to get this country back to where it began. And the other thing people don't understand, the United States is the biggest business in the world. Whenever you have money coming in and money going out, that's business. That's business. We never had a businessman in office like Donald Trump. So he's seeing it now. He said, okay, I went through the politics. I made some mistakes. But now I understand what's going on here, and I got to help this business survive.
Yeah.
And that's what it's all about. And I wish people would just understand that.
Yeah. No,
all these crazy programs on, the other thing, Matt, that gets me, DEI. Come on, you know how racist DEI is? Because you're saying the best people that belong in a position are not going to have that position at all. We're going to replace them with somebody else because they're a different color, a different nationality, a different ethnicity. And therefore, the best people who broke their backs to get into that position where they can get the best jobs and serve the people the best way, sorry, you're not getting it. Somebody with less experience, less knowledge, less ability, just because their name is so-and-so or their color is this, they're going to get the job, and everybody suffers at that point. It's ridiculous. It makes no sense in the real world.
Yeah. And when we look closer at programs like DEI, we understand it's coming from the top down. This is not actually something people didn't get in a room and figure this out. There were people in power in a room figuring this out. This is something that where you can control half the country with stuff where you can pull at heartstrings and confuse them and make them think this is an evolved idea when it's really working against them. And it's a power move. It really is. These are the programs. And I'm not, look, I think it's important because we have a lot of right-wing populists that watch our show, and we like to tell them, like, look, the left it's also a business within the business. The left is a business. It's a business of pretending that the left is getting things done, that there's a progress going, that the people are being taken care of, that we care about all these people. That's a business. It's a hijack. They're not actually doing those things. They're working on behest of something bigger that I believe is controlling both parties and keeping us apart on purpose. And it's only when we step out of all of it, of this matrix, we can see that is the job of the oligarchy, is to keep us in these camps. So these top-down movements are designed to trick people. And the people on the left are very easily trickable because they're acting out from their heart, and they think that these are heartfelt moves. So this is why we have to scream it at them sometimes. But I do need our right-wing populists to understand that it's coming from a good place. They're just confused. They're propagandized. They're victims of something. And I hope if we shake them hard enough, we can wake them up. But I want to go back to the media thing, because that is a huge part of this that you brought up. The media is 100% culpable of this. They are the biggest problem of all, because that should be the fourth pillar of government. We talk about three pillars: checks and balances, the three branches. It should be a table. There should be four. That fourth pillar, the fourth leg that keeps it up, is the press, and it doesn't exist. We don't have it. We're only on this show because the media doesn't do the job the journalism is supposed to do, is keep people in power in check. And so you mentioned that stuff about deliberately keeping information from people. Michael, I think it's gotten so bad. I think that it's gotten so bad that the ability to do this deception and then announce that they're doing it, they're not even covering it up. I believe they used to do this in secret. Now they're saying it out loud. Have you noticed that? Has there been a change over these years, that the media has gotten to this point where it's even more out of control because they're telling us? I'll give one example. They told us we suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop situation. We suppressed the information from you on purpose because we thought it might change your mind about who to vote for. We didn't want you to do that. And they're saying it out loud. The Washington Post, the New York Times, they have no problem telling us that. Why? Because it's for the greater good, and they think that it is noble. What are your thoughts on that? It's the greater good thing. That's my theory about it.
It's despicable. They're not reporting the news. If you want to write an op-ed, that's up to you. But if you're supposed to be a responsible journalist reporting the news, you report the news as the news is. And what they've been doing is absolutely terrible. It's the most dangerous thing that you can do to a society, is propaganda. Every communist country, every dictatorship, they survive on propaganda, telling the people what they need to hear, what they want them to hear, and not the truth. And that's how they control them. And that's what they did. I think the people that suppressed the laptop, which had a major impact, polling afterwards said that had they known that laptop was real, it might have been a different outcome with Biden in the election. Who knows? I don't know. But how the hell do you suppress news like that? The FBI had already authenticated the laptop. The laptop was used in the case to convict Hunter Biden It was all authentic. They covered it up. Those people should lose their license to report the news. It was horrible what they did. And time after time after time, they continue to do it. It's like the 51 intelligence agents that lied about the laptop. These people not only should be stripped of their security, they should suffer some accountability, some consequences. You can't have people lying like this to the American public and having such a tremendous outcome as a result of your lying. It's horrible what's going on. And, you know, Trump he's got to be diligent. He doesn't have another term that he has to worry about. He shouldn't listen to all the noise. He's got to continue on this path for the benefit of America. We're going to lose this country. There's no question. You know what else I saw it, Matt? When they uncovered all of the funds that were going for this U.S. aid, when I saw the amount of money worldwide that was going to DEI programs, it hit me. It said, these people want to change the morality of the world. They want to destroy the family by putting in all these DEI programs, by putting in all of this gender affirming stuff. They want to change, they want to destroy the nuclear family, because what makes society strong? Strong families, strong bonds. It was like when I was in the mob in our neighborhoods. Our neighborhoods were strong because we had strong family ties. We protected our neighborhood. When you break up the family, that's when you have issues. The whole problem we have in America today is the breakup of the family. You can't live like this. And these people have tried to do this worldwide. Don't worry about your gender. You could be anything you want. You're not a mother. You're an inseminated person. You're not a father. You're a parent. Who ever heard of this? This is demonic stuff that the left has embraced. And I believe this in all. Look, this is demonic. This is an evil force that's going on. This is a cult. It's become a cult for them. They don't worry about the deficit. They don't worry about wars. They don't worry about people starving. They worry about this cult of DEI, this cult of transgender stuff. It's a cult. And the important things they don't even care about. It's just spreading this cultism throughout the world. It's scary, I have to tell you.
I agree. It's scary. I do think the source of it, again, is a top-down manipulation by, I would say specifically Big Pharma in this case. Put the demonic stuff aside, because I'm not gonna argue on that. I think that could absolutely be true. But if I'm starting the conversation with someone about it, I always start with the money. Follow the money. Where is once you get somebody on drugs for the rest of their life, that's a profit margin there. And when we saw it with COVID, I'm glad you brought COVID up, because we talk about this blueprint for compliance, the blueprint for fear and compliance and getting on board. And I'll say it again, it's for the greater good. This is a mentality that has been like hammered into people's heads. And COVID was the blueprint for it. Now they can do it for everything. It's not a coincidence that it's after COVID that you're seeing the transgender thing. You're seeing the DEI thing. They're using the same model. It's a top-down model of everyone get in line, 2 weeks to slow the curve. We're all in this together for the greater good. It's the same model. And I do believe that the profit model is 100% there. The profit motive is 100% there for Big Pharma to get as many people on their drugs for the rest of their life as possible. We've seen the numbers. You run them. These aren't guesses. It's the same. We can see it with the COVID, right? We know every single ventilator was a $30,000 bonus for a doctor. We could see the COVID, so you can just look at the numbers. The more people that sign up, the more you make, period. So how do you do that? You get people to think that they're part of saving humanity or being on the good team, and everyone against us is the bad guys. And I think that's what happened, as you call it, the left. I don't even know if I like to call it the left anymore, because I think that people, if they didn't have this capture on, and this is coming from someone who I was working for the Democratic Party. I knocked on, like, many years. I knocked on doors telling people, just so you know this, I have to go back and go, oh my God, I can't believe I did that. We knocking on thousands of doors, telling people that we were the good guys and they were the bad guys. I did that for years. And when I realized, we were actually good people. We were being tricked into doing something that was against our own interest, and we didn't know it. That's the problem. So the people that have been captured haven't figured it out yet. I hope we can get to them. But I'm telling you, the left has been captured. I don't think it truly exists. anymore. I think that you have these two corporate parties that pretend to be about, ideology, but really it's about keeping people separated while the oligarchy continues to run. And if Trump and Elon, can get something done, even just incrementally better, then that will be worth it. But I don't think we should still recognize there's something above all of us that's keeping us in these camps. Otherwise, people are generally good that aren't being controlled like this. I want to at least believe that. So that's where I'm at. And I think we do agree on a lot of things here, Michael. Before I let you go here, I if we have a little more time with you, can we talk a little bit about JFK? Because sure. This is something. When I heard you discuss this, I was this is something that we need to hear because it's been so much in the news. And some people actually voted for Trump, saying, "Hey, one thing he's going to do is he's going to release these files." Before we get to the files, I want your take on that, on what's actually happening there with the files. Can you tell us, from your experience being part of a crime family during this time, or at least you must have been aware of some of the happenings that were going down as far as the pecking order, who was getting told what to do. How did this JFK assassination play in your world, and what can you take from that and apply it to now? I want to hear your personal take on what actually went down and how did it happen.
Well, Matt, I'll tell you what I do know and what I don't know. What I know for a fact, and I will swear to it, and if it was a matter of life and death and I had answer A or B, number one, was the mob involved in the assassination? Or number two, were they not? I would have to say, and my life depends on the correct answer, it would be 100% we were. No question about it. It's not disputable. Okay? So here's the thing. I don't know why the government, whether it be the CIA or whoever engineered the assassination, and I believe it did come from the government, okay? They engineered it, whether it be the CIA, whether it be Johnson, or all these things that are coming around. I don't know that for a fact. But I know it was the government that came to the mob. It came to us to help clean it up. Now, what do I mean by that? Oswald, there had to be a cleanup after that. Okay, and they came to us. We were already upset with the Kennedys. Why were we upset? Two reasons. Number one, Joe Kennedy, who was a bootlegger, he was around Costello. There's no question about it. They tried to cover up, but he actually was. He was in that business. You couldn't be in that business during the Depression and during Prohibition and not be connected with the mob. You couldn't be. So even to try to hide that is ridiculous, but he was with Costello, right? So when the election came, Nixon and Kennedy, razor thin margin that Kennedy won. We had to deliver Illinois to them. We delivered Illinois to the Kennedy camp. A deal was made that the Department of Justice would back off the mob. What happened? Robert Kennedy ignored it, and he went full force on the mob. He went after Hoffa, and he went after Carlos Marcello, and he went after a lot of guys. We were very angry about that. So when the government came to us and said, we need help, like they came to us 3 times before during World War II, a fact, they went to Luciano and Meyer Lansky. We helped them bring our forces our Allied forces to Sicily. No question about that. It's not even covered up. Second time, they were going to assassinate Castro. They came to us. There was supposed to be an attempt on his life, poison. Didn't work out, but they absolutely came to us. That's recorded and documented. And this time they came again. Jack Ruby was a mob associate, first with Capone, then with Accardo, and then with the people in Dallas and Marcello. He ran strip clubs for Marcello. He was 100% with us. And it was Ruby that killed Oswald. We all know that. He was able to get into the police department that time because he had connections there. They were corrupt, and he did the bidding. So they came to us. We were more than happy to comply because we hated the Kennedys at that point. 100%. I've heard that from the right people my entire life, including my father, who was the underboss of the family, including Persico and all the guys in the know that were there at the time. No question about it. And guys in my life, we don't take credit for stuff like that. We try to hide the fact that we did it. Nobody gets up and say, hey, we killed Kennedy. Of course not. But the right people have informed me of that throughout my life. no question. So here's going to be the barometer and the test. When they release these files, the confidential files, classified documents, if they do, they've had 60 years to manipulate with them. So who knows what's going to be true or not. But if those documents state, like they've tried to state in the past, other people have said that Jack Ruby was not affiliated with the mob. If those classified documents say that again, then you can throw them all out. It's another cover up because there's no question that he was, and that he was engaged by us to kill Oswald, to help clean it up so Oswald wouldn't talk. Was he the only shooter? I don't believe so, but I don't know that for a fact. So I'm not going to say what I don't know for a fact. What I know for a fact is that Jack Ruby was associated with the mob and helped to clean up by killing Oswald. No doubt about it. And we were more than happy to comply with that request.
Well, recently, and I think after we had first met, right, even the next day, I believe the timing was funny because we were talking about JFK, and then CNN admitted there was some sort of like admittance on their end that that there was a second shooter. I thought that was fascinating because it's interesting because we get called conspiracy theorists for everything, right? Everything we've been talking about today, Michael, is conspiracy theory, arena, right? It's fair game for them to just throw that at us. That original usage of that word, it wasn't created at the time, but it was pushed by the CIA when people in 1963 were talking about a second gunman. So I think it's so interesting that all these years later, that the CNN news network can, and in that reporting of, hey, yeah, we're admitting there is a second shooter, they're still calling people conspiracy theorists. They're still using the language that was fed to them, and that we see it pops up every time there's a new thing, whether it's 9/11 or whether it's these last 5 years with COVID and everything we've been talking about today. I just think that's fascinating. But when you're talking about what we're going to see and what we're not going to see in these files, I think you make a great point about if there's no mention of the mob, then clearly it's not legit. If that happens, do you think that's a result of somebody in Trump's team or somebody who got their hands on it in between or intercepted it at this point before the release, and that's why it happened? Or do you think it's a cause of something even worse, as if maybe it already had been eliminated, and maybe when we're talking about the JFK files, that it doesn't actually exist in there at all, that it's already been removed, it's already gone, and we're going to get what we're going to get, and there's nothing we can do about it? Which do you think is more likely in those two scenarios?
I think the latter is more likely, because I don't believe that our government would ever want the world to know that a sitting president was able to be assassinated with the help of the mob. I don't think they want people to know that. So I don't know if these classified documents were legit from day one, or was there responsible people in there that did report it legitimately, and then they were taken out or redacted afterwards. Who knows? It's been 60 years.
Yeah.
Well, who knows what we're going to see? I don't rely on anything. There was a time, you go back to the 50s, 60s, even to the early 70s, when the government said something, people believed it. Okay, it's the government, it's true. When the news was reported, we believed it. And for the most part, it was unbiased back then. Now, how could you believe anything? These people lie so much. They gaslight us so much. They commit so much fraud on us. How could you believe anything that comes out of the government? It's very difficult. That's why, look, when you look at the amount of waste that we're seeing now through Doge, I want them to say, this is all a lie. These are made up numbers, and I want them to go in and prove it. Back up what you're saying. Don't just be saying this stuff. Trump and Musk are uncovering this. If you're saying it's false, back it up. Get the accounting and show where the money went. They can't do that. This money's corrupt. I heard Chelsea Clinton was given $80 million for aid in Haiti.
Yeah, we saw that.
$80 million.
Yeah.
$3 million went to pay for her wedding, and $9 million went for a mansion. Who's talking about that? This is horrendous. Where did that money go? Where's the accounting on it?
Yeah.
Why that should have been in the news every single day.
Yeah.
Where is it?
It's conveniently left out. Just like when Donald Rumsfeld told us on September 10th of 2001 that $2 trillion was missing from the Pentagon. That story went away the very next day because I guess a bigger story, took over the news cycle. I don't know what that could have been, but yeah.
Think of yourself, think of yourself. You got a 9-to-5 job. You're barely surviving. You're putting food on your table. You're having trouble paying the rent. And you're hearing millions of dollars that would take care of you, your family, your grandchildren forever. And they're wasting it on us. People should be outraged.
Yeah.
They should be outraged. And listen, I'm not suffering over this. I make a decent living. I don't like the fact that they're wasting my money, but it's not changing the course of my life. But imagine people that are being so impacted by this. They should be outraged. And I think they are. And I think I really believe that Trump wants to do the right job. Until I see something different, that's what I'm going to believe. And I hope he doesn't let us down.
Michael, who do you think gave the order for the hit on Ruby?
Who gave the order?
Yeah.
Well,
because you're saying that the order was given to the mob, which I fully believe. I think most intelligent people can believe that is a pretty conclusive 90-something%. Who gave that order? Who's calling the shots at the top?
Well, again, I don't want to speak with something that I don't have exact knowledge of. I can't identify a person, but I think it was absolutely a member of the government, a government participant, and most likely the CIA. Now, was that bandied around? Yes, it was during my time in that life, but a person wasn't identified. Hey, this particular person came to this particular person, but I'll tell you who it went to. It went to Accardo and Carlos Marcellus, New Orleans and Chicago. And why did he go? Remember what Robert Kennedy did to Marcellus? He deported him and left him in a jungle in South America. The guy had to claw his way back. So we hated the Kennedys. I remember I was 12 years old, I believe, when he died. I'm sitting out in my back patio, and it came all over the news. You're too young to remember, but for 3 days solid on network television, all you heard was the Kennedy, 24/7. Every other show was disrupted, right? 3 days. So I remember walking into my house from my backyard. My mother and father were there, and my mother said, "Oh, God, what a shame." And my father looked at her and said, "A shame? That rat and his whole family should be dead." So that was my father, underboss of the Colombo family at that time, So he knew something. He didn't say anything, but my dad was higher up in that life to know what was going on. So was it somebody in government that came to us and said, yes, absolutely. And then we took it from there. They didn't say, hey, we want Ruby. We did that. But, they tried to say Ruby was a patriot. Ruby had strip joints. Ruby was in trouble half his life. Ruby didn't like the government at all. They just whitewashed this whole thing with that, because again, I don't believe they want the world to know that the mob was complicit in the assassination of a sitting president. That's horrible. Horrible.
Yeah. I think unfortunately the outcome we're talking about guessing what's the next thing that's going to happen. And I got to say, Michael, as of even the last 24 hours, I'm very skeptical that we're going to get the lists that we were promised. And I'm not saying it's even Trump's fault. I think that there's too much in the way. The thing that we hope that he and Elon are cleaning things up, and it looks like in some regards they are, but the idea that you have the Jeffrey Epstein list and you got Pam Bondi sitting there not responding. They were supposed to, we haven't seen it, and it was supposed to be released, and it makes me feel like there's too many things at play in the way. And like even when you said about when they do release the JFK files, what's going to be missing? I'm thinking we might not even get everything at all. They might just say, you know what, we dropped the ball or something went wrong. I don't know if we're getting the Epstein files. I don't know if we're getting all of this stuff. I don't know if we're getting any of this stuff. And I think it might be because there's too many things in the way. And our system might be that rigged that even with a team like Trump bringing in can't actually fix it. That's my pessimistic take. I don't know if you have a better take of that. If you've seen that, like we haven't seen the Epstein files. We were supposed to see them by now. We don't have them.
let me tell you something. I totally agree with you. And I'm going to tell you, Trump has been like a bull in a china shop. But this is high level stuff. This guy's going to worry about his security. I mean, this government kills people. The government kills people. People need to know that. This is not a fantasy or fiction. They kill people. He's got to be very careful. That Epstein list is going to be damaging, tremendously damaging if it really comes out. I will tell you this. I would stake my life on the fact that Epstein did not commit suicide. I was in that jail, in that tier. I spent 29 months and 7 days in solitary. I couldn't have committed suicide if I tried. You couldn't, if I tried, if I really put an effort into it, I wouldn't have been able to do it. It's total BS. There's a lot in the Epstein thing that people don't want it. And these are powerful people. Trust me. So, and the same with the Kennedy thing. Are we ever going to get the truth? They had 60 years to manipulate whatever they wanted to manipulate. I've heard, I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard Kennedy's brain is lost. How the heck do you lose the brain of the president? That's what I'm hearing. And I think that's factual. His brain was lost after the autopsy. Give me a break.
I've heard that too. There's so many convenient accidental misplacements that have happened. People taking their eye off the ball purposely. That entire thing. We might not never know. We might not ever know. But Michael, I appreciate your sharing with us today, your experience and your wisdom, because we have to apply that to our current situation. We always got to apply what we know. And I guess before you go, I wanted to circle back and point out you've become this motivational speaker. You become a podcaster. These aren't just one time. I know I mentioned the Bill Maher thing and I mentioned you've gone on stuff, but this is what you do now. You go out and inspire, you engage, you help to educate using your experience. Can you tell us a little more of anything I'm missing? You want to let our audience know how they can find you, where they can, check out your stuff and this specifically this type of work you do. How does it feel to make this change? I just threw a lot at you, but I just want our audience to know that's what you're doing now. Completely the opposite of where you came from, by the way.
Well, yeah, Matt, I've been extremely blessed. I believe, God had a different plan and purpose for my life. And I've become a speaker. I've been speaking now for the last 30 years all over the world. I give my testimony. I speak to corporate America. I speak to Major League Baseball and the NBA, and I speak in universities, and I go into prisons and just really share a story of a changed life and how people can come out of a bad situation and improve their lives. It takes hard work. It takes some blessing. It takes some luck. It takes good support, but you can do it. So I've been spreading that message for years. I've written 5 books now. There is a movie that'll probably go into production later on this year based upon my life. I want to mention one thing. It's important. I wrote a book about a year ago, I should say, entitled A Mafia Democracy. If people want an education on how this government works, then this is the book right here. You can get it online, get it everywhere. It's all over the place. And it'll give you an education. And there's no fluff in this book. This is from my personal experience and the experience of others that I know. And I think it's an important read. So people have to be educated on our system because that's the only way they're going to know right from wrong with it. They have to be educated. I have a pretty successful YouTube channel myself. We're all over social media and, just been very fortunate. And look, I feel my platform now is really to get the truth out from my perspective. I see things a little bit differently, and I want to be honest with people. Matt, there's a saying in life, to those who have been given much, much is expected in return. And I've been given my life and my freedom and a family and a career and everything else. So I want to share my knowledge to help people. And that's what it is. It's about truth. I tell people all the time, I may make a mistake in something I'm saying, but I'm never going to lie to you. I'm going to tell it like I see it. I'm going to speak it. People say, Michael, you brought into you're in the Trump Kool-Aid. I said it earlier. If Trump makes a mistake that I think he's going in the wrong direction, I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it, I'm going to call it as I see it. And because we want people to go on and live their lives the way they should. We live in the greatest country in the world, and people are entitled that live here and pay their taxes and do the right thing. They're entitled to enjoy their life. And that's what we're looking for.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks for sharing that. I got your website here. People can check it out. And I love to, when we have an opportunity like this, to bring the site up. You guys can see it for yourself. You can go right here and you'll be able to grab the book. It's an incredible book. Go through the whole story, and not to mention the fact that you can listen to Michael having these speeches, having these discussions. You have your own podcast. You're talking to people all the time. It's so important, especially right now, to have these conversations. And we fight against that censorship industrial complex. I know you're appreciative of that as well, that we have, there's conversations they don't want us to have, but we keep having them. You keep having them. You inspire people like us. I again, thank you so much for taking the time to come on with us today at the Homeless Left, Michael. I hope we can continue the conversation in the future.
We will, Matt, and I appreciate it. And thanks for, bearing with my voice. Last week, from Sunday to Sunday, I was in 5 cities on 9 different flights. And all I was doing was talking, and it just got to me a little bit. So, but this week's a little bit calmer. It's okay.
Very good. No, totally understand. You did great, by the way. I totally forgot that you had anything going on there because we were so engaged in the conversation. So thank you again, Michael. Everybody, Michael Franzese, thanks so much for joining us on the Homeless Left. Take care.
You got it, my friend. Take care. Thank you.
All right. That's what a great opportunity for that conversation. Michael Franzese, ladies and gentlemen, go check him out. Go to his website, all of his stuff. That Bill Maher interview, I think it was about 1 hour and 45. You can check that out. We love it when people go on with Bill Maher and get a little moment in with him, because he has a long, there was one thing I forgot to mention it, because I was watching that interview with Bill Maher with Michael, and it reminded me of Ice Cube sitting in that same seat trying to explain about the CIA and how it infiltrated the hood and the music industry. And Bill Maher had the same expression on his face when he's talking to Michael he had with Ice Cube. So that was in the same seat. I should have pointed that out. I forgot about that one, but you'll see that a guy like Bill Maher, he incrementally starts getting things one thing at a time. I don't know if he'll ever get to where we are, but that's great. Good for having these conversations and on a bigger platforms. And we appreciate him coming on with us here. Obviously, we don't have the audience of Bill Maher. We don't have the audience of these others that he's going on, but we're trying to get there. And so again, we appreciate that opportunity today. Okay, we are at the 15 mark after the hour. Longer show than we thought it would be, but I do have to do a World War III watch with you guys. Very important, because I did mention with Michael, we're talking about some of these appointees like Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Bongino. We got these guys coming in. They all have one thing in common. And Tulsi and RFK Jr. What do they all have in common, everyone? Drum roll. Zionists. Okay, now that we've covered that, let me go ahead and set up this segment. We're going to go through these people. And we're calling this the World War III Watch because it's pretty crazy. The cabinet picks that are pushing us into war with Iran, apparently, and all these other things, this greater Israel plan. Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to find the files. Okay, let's go ahead. 1 minute. We'll be right back. 1.5 minutes. We'll be right back, guys. Thanks for tuning in to the Homeless Left. We'll be right back. Okay, we are back. We got a little more show for you guys. Thanks for joining us. If you're late, you can always go back and watch our replay on Rumble. We never take the show off of Rumble. It's always there. You can watch all of our hours and hours of, you could say raw material. And you can watch our segments that we upload separately, the more fine-tuned material that cuts through all the live stuff. But either way, we got nothing to hide on Rumble. It's all there. Obviously, YouTube's a different story. But yeah, you guys, if you haven't found us on Rumble yet, which most people watch us on Rumble, but if you haven't yet, you got to check us out here. It's Rumble and X, actually, at The Homeless Left. Our YouTube channel is more low key because they already terminated our Homeless Left channel. YouTube is THL Presents on YouTube. It's a brand new channel. We can still call it our burner channel until we get it really moving, but we appreciate all you guys' support. We just had on our last guest, great conversation. That was Michael FRANZESE, and he gave us a lot of content of his story and how he's applying it to today. One topic, and I know we didn't get into with him, I didn't go down the Israel rabbit hole with him. I don't think we had enough time for that. And to be honest, I think that we would have probably cut the conversation short or would have worked into we didn't have enough time with him on that. So I do apologize, guys, if you thought I needed to kind of go further with that one with him on the Israel topic, but we did get a lot of the mob stuff, the makeup of that. And I figured, I gave him a chance to bring it. I threw it at him and he didn't say. So I asked him, he didn't come through, and I didn't follow up. But hey, we're learning here. Sometimes you got to go in for the kill. Other times you let it ride. That's how it works. There's an art to it. There's an art to these interviews in journalism. So I'll just let you guys know that. Maybe next time we get him on, now that we have a relationship solid, we can go down the Israel path. But you guys know we need to talk about Israel. We have to talk about Israel. It captured our entire government. We know this. It's insane where we're at right now that we put Israel first, especially in an administration that claims to be America first, is not America first. So we understand that here at the Homeless Left. I think sometimes we got to keep talking about it. You can't ram it down people's throats, but maybe over time you plant seeds and then you can start welcoming new people into that discussion. So that's how we do it here on the Homeless Left. So we're going to do World War III watch, but you know what? First, because we don't have Leslie today, I'm just going to grab a couple of these comments for now, and then we'll get to the rest of you guys on the back end. Just a few. I just want to throw a few up because you guys have been really cool. This is exactly what we're talking about, Jokers for You. Israel and everything it does is the open face of the U.S. military. Thank you for that, Jokers for You. 100%. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Leslie. Yes, it is. Thank you for that. And yeah, I'll follow it up. Jokers for You. I speculate the entire purpose of the Ukraine war was not to topple Putin, but to force a deal to expand greater Israel, including Gaza and Syria. You might be 100% right about that. Yeah, that might be it. We saw it with Syria. We already saw the ability in 11 days to topple Syria and draw Assad out of town. We couldn't do that before Ukraine. We couldn't do that a few years back. We failed at it. So it was like we got a second try at it. So, and there you go. You got ISIS going in there on behalf of Israel, obviously. And now there you go. There's your occupation. There's your Greater Israel plan in motion. So yeah, that's that. Some Girls 123. Thanks for watching the show. I think you're new here. This is important. Your process of filing a complaint against a cop. Wow, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. And we know we have to hold people accountable. We talked about the cop situation, that Trump actually got rid of all of the database, the entire database of misconduct by police. Why is that gone? This is horrible. This is a fight that's hard to fight. We're with you. Some Girls 123. Maybe if you replace the word cop with Fed or CIA agent, maybe we could get the attention of some of our right-wing populist friends that don't know that those are the same thing, and our left-wing friends don't know that feds and CIA people aren't your friends, even though they don't like cops. So it's the same thing. What we have to start understanding, we're on the same team, and we have to hold people in power accountable. And when databases disappear, that sucks, because that's our ammo to say you fucked up. That keeps them in check. So that database disappearing, it really does concern us. So good luck. Sending you good vibes on that case. Some girls 1, 2, 3. Do a couple more. We'll get to the rest of you guys on the back end. Fred Edward on YouTube. The liberals aren't not the left. This was a concept I tried to feed into, just kind of throwing it into the conversation a little bit with Michael. I don't know if he heard it. I understand there's this sentiment that we have to call anything going on in the Democratic Party, we have to call it radical left. I understand that. It's not radical. It's not left. The liberals are neoliberals, which means they're neocons. That's what they are. We have 2 right-wing parties in this country. That's what we have. It's a new concept for people sometimes to hear. You just gotta have to plant seeds sometimes. But you guys watching the show, you guys know, we know, we're all on the same side. We're against any sort of division, and they certainly can do that. But by the way, spoiler alert, there is no radical anything in politician land. None of these radicals. When you call Bernie radical and the squad they're not radical. Radical is when they go against the system that they represent. They're not doing anything of the sort, as we saw earlier with the Bernie video. So yeah, that's true. And then new airwaves, thank you. Neoliberals are not the left. They are neoliberals. That's what they are. Thank you for that, airwaves. There's some other ones on here, but let's Wish to go. Thanks for coming in late. I got to throw this one up. The JFK 9/11 Epstein files will implicate Mossad. It's highly unlikely they will be exposed and face justice. You're probably right about that. That will lead us to our next story. Thank you for that and all your guys' comments. You guys are welcome to throw up some more, and we'll get it up there before the end of the show. We have two more stories, and then we're out. Let's get to them. It's time for World War III Watch. Let's go. It's time for World War III Watch. Let's just face it. Well, it's already started. Just a matter of when we announce it officially. Here we are. We got a problem, guys. We have a problem in Trump's cabinet. We have a Zionist problem in Trump's cabinet. How do we know this? Well, there's plenty of examples now, but let's start with the one that I know is going to break a lot of hearts. But Tulsi, our newly appointed Director of National Security, I know we want to believe she gets a lot of things right. And she championed Bernie, and she did it, and she called out the deep state, and she understands the regime change war machine. But the one thing she doesn't do is call out Israel. How do we know this? Well, she just went on Fox News and told us what she thought was the number one problem facing Americans today. What do you think that is? Newly appointed Director of National Security, Tulsi Gabbard. What do you suppose it is? Spoiler alert. Islamophobia. Here we go. It is Islamophobia. She says it's anti-Semitism, but we know it's not anti-Semitism. Here we go. You want to hear it from her own mouth? Let her tell us herself.
Once said that white supremacy was the single greatest terrorist threat to our homeland. What do you feel is the greatest threat to the American people's safety?
We look at the last 4 years of open borders, where we had tens of millions of people come across our borders, many of whom we don't know who they are or what their intentions are. And very specifically, the threat of radical Islamist terrorism here within our country is higher than it's ever been before. not only because of President Biden's open borders, but because of his and his administration's fear of being called Islamophobes. They took their attention and our resources away from that threat and once again pointed it at our fellow Americans.
What do you feel?
So, anti-Semitism, according to Tulsi Gabbard, is our biggest threat to our safety. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. And even if it was right, and we talked to Jay Scott about this earlier, even if that is correct, what are you doing about it? Are you looking at Israel's policies? Are you looking at the things that might make people question, or as you say, hate Jewish people, hate Israel? Are you looking at those things? Are you looking at the Hannibal Directive? Are you looking at the media spinning every single action that Israel takes in Gaza and Palestine? Are you looking at the fact that it is literally a genocide? Or I'll even give you this. It's coming across as a genocide. You might want to tone it back. Do you really want the hostages, Netanyahu? You're not doing anything to show that you want them. You want to use it as a reason to expand Israel. So come on, Tulsi. Why are you doing this? When you say things like this, we can't have the high hopes that we had for you. We can't. Because despite everything else that I just told you, we believe in her, that she got right. She got a lot of things right. We champion a lot of things about her. But despite all those things and all of her, she has so much information, so much experience, so much to give to the table and not be bought and sold any longer by the Democratic Party. I don't know about the MAGA group. Despite all that, she's saying that radical Islamic terrorism is the greatest threat. Do you know, she's sounding to me no better than a Nikki Haley. And you guys know how dangerous somebody like Nikki Haley, there was a chance she might have been, if they had taken out Trump, she might have been the nominee for the Republican Party. And Nikki Haley is the most biggest warmongering psychopath imaginable. And this sounds like something she would say. I'm just saying. No, we have a problem. Trump's cabinet has a major Zionist problem. You think it's just Tulsi? We've covered RFK before. Why don't we look at and look, we can dismiss RFK because he's doing health and human services, so we don't have to worry about that. He's just going to focus on health and going after big pharma, big food, not a problem. Okay. So Tulsi, is Tulsi the only problem? No, it looks like that this new appointee, Pam Bondi, also has a problem. What is her problem? Well, her deal is that she was supposed to get us the Epstein list. That's supposed to happen. We just talked about that with our last guest, with Michael. We told you guys, Pam Bondi's number one job right now is to give us that information from the Epstein list. Why do you think she's not doing that? I tried to bring this up with Michael. We didn't get into the reason why. Hold on, let me change this. Sorry, a little tech issue. I'll go back to this. Why do you suppose she's not releasing it to us? We're not getting the Epstein list. Do you think we might have a Zionist problem? I don't know. Maybe. You want to hear her talk about where our priorities are? Let's hear it from herself. Again, going on Fox News. Tell us about Israel, Pam Bondi. Make America first again. No. Make Israel first again. Great again. Here we go.
Israel is one of our, if not our greatest ally in the world. And I'm so proud of what happened today. I've been to Israel twice as Attorney General, and Jerusalem is the capital of Israel.
All right, but as you know, with all these Palestinian protests, the fears seem to be that it might be agitating a lot of this violence. Now, one of the concerns is that the Palestinians, of course, look forward to a homeland of their own, whether it ever comes to pass. But key to that would be making East Jerusalem its capital. That does not seem likely now, but what's your sense?
Well, the U.S., we're in the final stages of finalizing our peace plan with Israel and with Palestine. Jared Kushner has been leading that up. He is an amazing person. He's brilliant. He's soft-spoken. He's a great negotiator, as well as the President of the United States. And I feel that I think this shows strength. It says that we mean what we say. President Trump has always said Jerusalem is the capital, and it is now firmly the capital.
Because that's our priority, right? That's our priority is Israel and capital Jerusalem. So we're not far off here. Why would we not get the Epstein list? Because we know that Epstein is tied to Israel. He is a Mossad agent. We know this. Just like we know a lot of those people already on that list. We know it. This isn't like, it's not like we have no idea what's on this stuff. It's not like, it's same with the JFK stuff, same with the 9/11 stuff. We know what's on there. We just need it to be official. We just need it to be government stamped. We need it to be officially on the books for the public. But we make no mistake, we already have this information. Don't pretend that we're sitting here going, it's time to open Christmas morning presents. Oh, where are our presents? I was looking forward to no, these aren't presents we're opening that didn't show up because Santa didn't arrive. We already know what's in the box. The box already belongs to us. This isn't Santa not arriving on Christmas morning. This is somebody going into our house and stealing our effing toys, very important toys that we already know what they are. And those toys are us having the information that on record that Jeffrey Epstein is a Mossad agent, that JFK was killed by the Mossad, that 9/11 was orchestrated by Israel. Oh, conspiracy theory, conspiracy. Okay, go for it. We know this stuff. There's too much evidence and data that we have it. We need to know that it is officially stamped for public record. That's what we need to know. And if you're not giving it to us when we ask for it and you campaigned on it and you put people, Trump put people in charge to give us these things, we're not getting it. Not from Pam Bondi, we're not getting it. Guess who else we're not going to get anything from that has to do with Israel? Anything to threaten Israel as far as it the PR campaign for Israel, the image, if there's an image consultant, a damage control team, whatever the team of keeping the image intact, anything challenging that, we're not going to get. Not publicly, at least. Kash Patel, FBI director. Newly appointed Dan Bongino, FBI deputy director. These are two people we've covered on the show. Patel particularly, we've covered the fact that he took forever to get into the FBI. We were hoping for the Epstein list. It didn't happen. And I'm saying it in past tense because it was supposed to be out by now. It's not. So until I'm corrected, until we're looking at that list and we're looking at the connection to Israel, to the Mossad, if we're not seeing that, then this is complete BS. Dan Bongino, big Rumble guy, you guys know, big Israel guy. He's now working with Kash Patel. This just happened. I know a lot of people on Rumble are celebrating this. I get it. You've been championing this. He wears the Freedom shirt all the time on his show. He has this is the biggest show on Rumble. We know this. Good for him. But he's not make America great again. Not until Israel's made great. Israel comes first, then America. How do we know this about Dan? Because he told us this. Check it out.
What cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel, the defense of Israel.
What is number one?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can we hear that again? Can we hear that again?
Sorry. What cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel, the defense of Israel.
What is number one?
The number one thing is Israel. So no, we're not going to get these lists. I hope I'm wrong. I really, really do. You know who's rarely wrong? We like to follow Ariel on Twitter. I don't know if you guys follow Ariel. He's rarely wrong. I don't think I've ever seen him be wrong. Sometimes he's vague about things, so it's I guess it's harder to be wrong when you're vague. But I've never seen him actually wrong about anything. Let's hear what Ariel on Twitter has to say about the situation with the Zionist problem that we're having. This Trump Zionist problem from all three of these people I just mentioned. Let's hear what Ariel has to say. Okay, there we go. Kash Patel, just told you guys. Dan Bongino, we just showed you his clip. Pam Bondi, we showed you what she thinks. You are all about to watch them melt under the spotlight. People will learn the hard way to stop their worship of heroes. Melt under the spotlight. Let me break that down. What does he mean by this? What does Ariel mean by melt under the spotlight? Okay. So they're not going to do the job that we asked them to do. They were part of this Avengers team, right? Cash, Dan now. When he was newly put in, but we knew Pam was coming in. We know Tulsi, we know RFK. Okay, great. So they're not going to do the job they said they're going to do. And they're going to, as Ariel says, they're going to melt under the spotlight. So the only question left is, and is Ariel referring to this? Are you inferring, Ariel, that Trump set them up to fail? That would be the only reason that you would still be on this Team Trump situation. You would say, oh, he's exposing Israel without exposing them. That might be what he's talking about. Exposing something by watching them not do something, where the only explanation for them not to do something is the thing we just told you. Is that Trump's way of saying, see, we're being controlled? It's like it's the SOS call for help when you're being held hostage. There's this. I just saw that this scene's in so many movies. It's so reused and ripped off. But you guys know the scene where there's like the hostage scene, right? You guys know the hostages, and they had that one little chance. The person comes in that doesn't know they're walking into a hostage situation, and the hostages have to pretend everything's good. It's on that Netflix show. Oh God, it wasn't that good. The Menu. If you're bored one day and you have nothing else to do, watch The Menu on Netflix. There's a scene where somebody walks in and you have to one of the people have to write an autograph, and the autograph is where they say please help, and it's the only chance you have. So it's like and then it doesn't work, of course, but the messaging here from Trump is if he knew they were not going to be giving us this information because these are Zionists and they have to protect Israel and our entire government is captured by Israel. If he knows that going in, is he intentionally setting these guys up to fail at their job to then make that point? Or is Trump just doing what he's doing? They're all going down with the ship. Or is there going to be enough MAGAs to pretend that this is okay and justify this the way Democrats constantly justify bad actions or inactions by their leaders? Is that what is going to happen? I hope not. I hope that if the worst case scenario, nothing comes from this, I hope the MAGAs can get furious about this. I hope so. Regardless of what you think about Israel, you should be just as willing to expose facts about something you love just as much as something you hate. That's how relationships work. Someone you love fucked up, you want to know. You don't say, I don't want to know because I love them. No, I want to know because I love them. So you love Israel. You should want to know if they're behind this shit. So hold your elected officials accountable if they're not doing the thing they say they're going to do. We want those lists. We want those lists. Okay, that's World War III watch for today. Let's go ahead and end with one more story here. Actually, before that, I have to give there is a Rumble rant, and they don't appear in our StreamYard, but they appear on our Rumble. I have to give it out to, this is Evie Burke. Thank you so much for the Rumble rant. I had to grab it and put it on a banner because it doesn't show up on our feed here, but Leslie showed this to me. Thank you so much. Fan of you both here. I believe you were at the time that you posted this, and thank you so much. You were referring to Jay Scott and myself as we were starting the show. That's, I believe, when this came in. So we are now both a fan of you, Evie. Thank you so much for the Rumble rant. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's do a a positive one. Yeah, I'm game. You guys got 15 more minutes? Let's do it. Let's do a positive one. It has to do with the military-industrial complex, has to do with the Western Empire, has to do with Israel, but makes me feel good that somebody's doing something about it. Somebody's actually doing something about it. We're gonna go to loudest voice of the week. This one's important, and it's our. I hope to have him on the show one day. It's Jeffrey Sachs. Let's give it out. Let's give a shout out to Jeffrey Sachs and break down this week's loudest voice of the week. Here we go. Hello, everyone. It's time for loudest voice of the week. Today, we are going to be breaking down somebody who is standing up to the Israel and U.S. war machine and doing it in the right place, not just on a podcast like we do, not just in a small room, but actually going into the room that you need to do this in. And it's in the EU, giving testimony in a big ass room in the EU. This just happened 4 days ago. This is Jeffrey Sachs, and he's pleading with the EU Parliament and letting them know this is how America functions. This is your responsibility to understand the functionality of America and NATO, primarily because we have implemented our NATO. We've pushed NATO into Europe. We've been pushing it into closer and closer to Russia ever since 1999. He's going to break it down, and not just with his historical facts, but the essence of what Jeffrey Sachs does is he educates while empowering and having a solution here. But we have to start looking at the world a little differently, and he's begging them in a way to look at the relationship they have with NATO, with the United States of America, who's 100%, 150,000%, make no mistake about it, controlled by Israel. Let's hear a little of Jeffrey Sachs that just happened a few days ago.
The NATO enlargement, as you know, started in 1999 with Hungary, Poland, and the Czech Republic. And Russia was extremely unhappy about it. But these were countries still far from the border. And Russia protested, but of course to no avail. Then George Bush Jr. came in. When 9/11 occurred, President Putin pledged all support. And then the U.S. Decided in September 20th, 2001, that it would launch 7 wars in 5 years. And you can listen to General Wesley Clark online talk about that. He was NATO's supreme commander in 1999. He went to the Pentagon on September 20th, 2001. He was handed the paper explaining 7 wars. These, by the way, were Netanyahu's wars. The idea was partly to clean up old Soviet allies and partly to take out supporters of Hamas and Hezbollah. Because Netanyahu's idea was there will be one state, thank you, only one state. It will be Israel. Israel will control all of the territory. And anyone that objects, we will overthrow. Not we exactly, our friend, the United States. That's U.S. policy until this morning. We don't know whether it will change. Now, the only wrinkle is that maybe the U.S. will own Gaza instead of Israel owning Gaza. But the idea has been around at least for 25 years. It actually goes back to a document called Clean Break that Netanyahu and his American political team put together in 1996 to end the idea of the two-state solution. You can also find it online. So these are projects. These are long-term events. These aren't, is it Clinton? Is it Bush? Is it Obama? That's the boring way to look at American politics, as the day-to-day game. But that's not what American politics is. As you know, Viktor Yanukovych was elected in 2010 on the platform of neutrality. Russia had no territorial interests or designs in Ukraine at all. I know. I was there during these years. What Russia was negotiating was a 25-year lease to 2042 for Sevastopol Naval Base. That's it. Not for Crimea, not for the Donbass, nothing like that. This idea that Putin is reconstructing the Russian Empire, this is childish propaganda. Excuse me. If anyone knows the day-to-day and year-to-year history, this is childish stuff. Childish stuff seems to work better than adult stuff. So, no designs at all. The United States decided this man must be overthrown. It's called a regime change operation. There have been about 100 of them by the United States, many in your countries, and many all over the world. That's what the CIA does for a living. Okay? Please know it. It's a very unusual kind of foreign policy. But in America, if you don't like the other side, you don't negotiate with them, you try to overthrow them. Preferably covertly. If it doesn't work covertly, you do it overtly. You always say it's not our fault. They're the aggressor. They're the other side. They're Hitler.
This is exactly the game plan he's spelling out. And we've lived through this game plan, guys. We've lived through this over and over. The other side is the aggressor. The other side is Hitler. Over and over. And it works. We have people that, you know, would know better normally, but they've been captured by this formula. It's a blueprint. They do it every time, just like Jeffrey Sachs says, every 3-4 years. They do this. Let's hear a little more.
That comes up every 2 or 3 years, whether it's Saddam Hussein, whether it's Assad, whether it's Putin. That's very convenient. That's the only foreign policy explanation the American people are ever given anywhere. Well, we're facing Munich 1938. Well, we're facing Munich 1938. Can't talk to the other side. They're evil, implacable foes. That's the only model of foreign policy we ever hear from our mass media. And the mass media repeats it entirely because it's completely suborned by the U.S. government. I begged the Ukrainians, and I had a track record with the Ukrainians. I advised the Ukrainians. I'm not anti-Ukrainian, I'm pro-Ukrainian completely. I said, save your lives, save your sovereignty, save your territory.
So that's the other thing, guys, the pro-Ukrainian. So people think by putting their flag in their social media, it makes you pro-Ukrainian. You're the ones pushing this war. You're the ones that have been unknowingly, a lot of people unknowingly anti-Ukrainian because it's been leading to their deaths. 600,000 are dead. Being pro-Ukrainian, like Jeffrey Sachs is saying, is when we say no to this proxy war. We're pro-Ukrainian. And we would put the flag in our social, but you guys already took, the warmongers already took that. But the flag would be like the way we have the Palestine flag. We are for the people. So we would be using the Ukraine flag if it hadn't already been hijacked by the warmongers. So let's be clear about that. And we do put the Palestinian flag out there because it shows our backing of humanity, and we got the backs of people who can't get their own backs. And we do that. We do feel that way about Ukrainians. And it sucks that the idea that you put the flag in for them means more money for war, more money for death, and their death specifically. It's a proxy war. They are what we call cannon fodder. That means we're using your lives to better our agenda, and we don't have to use our lives, your lives, because your lives aren't as valuable as ours. So when you are for that, you're actually against Ukrainian lives. But people don't know that. So I like that Jeffrey said that. Let's hear a little more.
Be neutral. Don't listen to the Americans. I repeated to them the famous adage of Henry Kissinger, that to be an enemy of the United States is dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal. Okay, so let me repeat that for Europe. To be an enemy of the United States is dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal. Trump does not want the losing hand.
Okay, this part's important. Well, everything, the whole thing's important. That's the point. That's why we're playing this. I'm actually decided to play the whole thing. There's a few more minutes. We're playing this whole thing. The reality is, yes, the relationships with the United States that we have with every country on the planet, when you're our friend, you're actually worse off. You're actually worse off because you get forced into battle. It's like joining the gang is worse than not being in the gang. You're still in bad shape if you're in the neighborhood, and anywhere on the planet is the neighborhood. Let's be clear. You can't move out of the neighborhood. The neighborhood is the planet Earth. We occupy the planet Earth. So therefore, gang territory is the entire planet. So knowing that the entire planet is gang territory, what he's saying is you're better off not joining the gang. That's worse than being an innocent bystander, not in the gang. That's what's happening. So don't get on board. Don't do the initiation ritual and become a blood crip, Zionist, psychopath, warmongering NATO member. Don't do it. Or if you have a chance to undo it, or stand up. I don't know if there's even a way out. Once you're in, right? It's once you're in, you're in, Greg. Once you're in. Okay, a little more.
This is why it is more likely than not this war will end, because Trump and President Putin will agree to end the war. If Europe does all its great warmongering, it doesn't matter. The war is ending.
Yep.
So get it out of your system. Please tell your colleagues. It's over.
Yep.
And it's over because Trump doesn't want to carry a loser. That's it. It's not some great morality. He doesn't want to carry a loser. This is a loser. The one that will be...
that's a great point. The losing hand. And it goes back to money. Jay Scott nailed this earlier today. We talk about the financial, the books, right? The look at the books. Where a losing hand is a losing hand. We count on the fact that Trump's going to take this all the way, and we actually might end this thing. That's happening. He's saying it will end. We couldn't say that with confidence it would end. What we could say for confidence is that Ukraine will not win the war. We've known that from the beginning. We also know that Ukraine will not be joining NATO. We knew that from the beginning. We told you guys that when the show first started, like the first episode. I don't know, one of the first episodes, I said, like, first time doing this, I told you guys, Ukraine's not winning the war. Ukraine's not joining NATO. Now we're hearing from Jeffrey Sachs. He's saying it's over. It's over. Okay. And again, he's not a Trumper. He's not a Putinist. He's pro-Ukraine. He's pro-America. He's pro the European people too. And he's telling us this thing is over.
Saved by the negotiations taking place right now is Ukraine. Second is Europe. Your stock market's rising in recent days by the horrible news of negotiations.
Great line. Great line. That's the line. I think that's the standout line. It's a sarcastic take at, you guys are going crazy. You guys were going nuts before I arrived here. Thank you for letting me talk, and you're giving me space to talk. But you guys are literally going nuts because of negotiations. And we have the same thing happening here. We covered that earlier. CNN's going nuts about negotiations. Oh my God. Why isn't Trump calling Putin a dictator? The nerve of this guy. He's talking. He's negotiating. So they're doing the same shit in Europe. And Jeffrey Sachs nails it and says, oh my God. The fact that negotiating's happening and your stock market is going up. Wow, imagine that.
I know this has been met with the sheer horror in these chambers. But this is the best news that you could get. Now, I encouraged, they don't listen to me, but I tried to reach out to some of the European leaders. Most don't want to hear anything from me at all. But I said, don't go to Kiev. Go to Moscow. Discuss with your counterparts. Are you kidding? You're Europe. You're 450 million people. You're a $20 trillion economy. You should be the main economic trading partner of Russia.
Yep.
It's natural links. By the way, if anyone would like to discuss how the U.S. blew up Nord Stream, I'd be happy to talk about that.
Yeah, and we'll end it there. I'll be happy to talk about it. You know who else would be happy to talk about it? Seymour Hersh, accredited journalist, Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist. Seymour Hersh. You know who else would be willing to talk about it? Max Blumenthal, Aaron Mate. You know who else would be willing to talk about it? Norm Finkelstein. I saw in the comments, Norm has a new interview. We'll check that out. Maybe we'll get that on the show with Craig Pasta on Thursday. We'll definitely check it out. Thanks for that one. Jokers for you. I'll remove that one. Yeah, that's great. I can't wait to hear Norm on that one. We'll check it out and maybe get back to our analysis on that. We'll bring it up with Craig on Thursday. Thanks for that, Jokers. Yeah. That, you know, this is the type of speech that we want to celebrate. We want to celebrate the courage it takes to go in this room and do this. Jeffrey Sachs is an anomaly to me. He's somebody who somehow, some way, still randomly will get invited on mainstream media. I don't know how he does it. And they'll give him these little sound bites, and he'll go on and he'll say his piece, and it goes away, and then he comes back in a few months and does it again. He sits down and does hard-hitting interviews, not hard-hitting, but just thoughtful, long interviews, long form, as we got from Joe Rogan, long form interviews he does with Tucker Carlson and others. Judge Knapp, he does it. So I'm gonna hit this one up. Thanks for the Jokers for you. Check this out from Norman Finkelstein. But these are the type of interviews and speeches we want, especially something like this where Jeffrey Sachs can go into the EU and tell the people that need to hear it, not just viewers, not just people watching YouTube and Rumble and Twitter, but actually the people that need to hear it. And so that's why we give Jeffrey Sachs loudest voice of the week. And bookmark this stuff, guys. And people are cutting up clips. Use these clips. This is the type of stuff you can educate your friends and family with who know nothing about what's going on, who think that Putin's trying to take over the world, who Putin woke up and I say this, I'll say it again, the February of 2022, the morning that Putin woke up and said, today feels like a good day to take over the world. They still believe that garbage. They still believe that garbage, and they still believe that we don't negotiate with our adversaries. It's exactly what we do is we negotiate with our adversaries. Are you effing kidding me? That's what we do. We sit down, we discuss. It is a skill set that diplomats need to have. Talking with adversaries, listening, being polite, engaging, smiling. This is a job that you should be, if you go into that profession, you should be trying to achieve that level, that skill, work on that skill. You shouldn't be doing the opposite. You shouldn't be doing the opposite, which they do. The diplomats in all over Europe and certainly in the US, all they do, and I guess they champion this part of the job, which is not the job, but I guess they do it. The opposite of that is being a piece of shit and not actually engaging with your enemy and calling them names and mocking them and laughing about them and smearing them and beating your chest. That's what today's diplomats do. And Jeffrey Sachs went to the EU to tell them that's not the job. This is the job. And we should be wanting to end this thing. If you really want peace on earth, you would work with your neighbor and be kind to your neighbor and do the thing you need to do so we can all get along, even if we disagree on things. We learn this at childhood We should apply it to adulthood, and we should certainly apply it to the political world in which basically dominates our planet and we completely depend on for our survival. Otherwise, we're going to blow ourselves up. That's Loudest Voice of the Week. Thank you guys for engaging with us today. Let's see a few more comments, and I'll let you guys know what we got coming up here in a second. But man, yeah, this show went a lot longer than we were thinking. But that's a lot of stuff going on, guys. And now that's why we do the show twice a week now. Yeah, man, we're at the 4-hour mark. Holy crap. In 5 minutes, we'll be at the 4-hour mark. Thank you guys for today. Thank you. Grab a few more comments here and let's see. Yes. Yes, exactly. Manimus, this is exactly why we have 800 bases around the world. So we're always in our neighborhood. Guess who doesn't have 800 bases around the world? Russia, China. Guess how many they have? About 4 or 5 a piece, maybe. I don't think anybody, actually, nobody has more than single digits. Nobody. We're the only one. And we have 800. Why is that? Why do you think that is? Greatest country in the world, most peaceful, democratic, evolved, best, the greatest. Why do we have what do we need that for? And what would we do if we knew someone else had that? What would we do about it? I wonder what we'd do if anyone else even dared think of doing that. I maybe we'd write a strongly worded letter. That's probably what we'd do. Yeah, that's what we'd do. Yes, thank you, Wishigo. The Jeffrey is pro-Ukraine, but still remains on the Ukraine hit list. Of course he's on the hit list. We've seen this hit list. This is insane. This is an insane hit list that our taxpayers fund, and Ukraine has a hit list of American citizens, and he's not the only one. There's a bunch on there. There's a bunch of journalists on there. The whole Gray Zone crew is on that list. Jimmy Dore is on that list. It's insane. It's insane. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. Yes, and we will look at the Norm Finkelstein interview. Thanks again, Wishigo, for that. And if there's anything else I missed, yeah, you know what? You threw this up earlier. Bongino is a mega Zyocon. That's funny. That's funny. Very cool. Let's see here. I was hoping you guys had any feedback on the interview with Michael. The good fella himself. Yeah, that was interesting. I'll have to check it out in editing, see how we did on that, and maybe I'll get a second stab. We'll have a follow-up with him. I would like a follow-up with him. See how things go after we don't get these lists revealed. We'll see how things go when we don't get those lists, as we've kind of realized now. We're never getting those lists. Okay, I think that's it for today. Just wanted to thank our co-host, of course, Jay Scott. Always a pleasure having him on and covering the week's happenings. And our special guest today, Michael Franzese. He was great. You guys can check him out at his all his stuff. His book's great. We want to have him back on as well another time. What's coming up on Thursday? We have Craig Pasta will be co-hosting again, guest co-hosting with me. We have a returning guest, JJ Carroll, joining us on Thursday, an ex-border agent. We had him on a while back. Now we've seen some massive changes going on at the border. Would love to have a follow-up with him. You can find him on Twitter. He's great, JJ Carroll. We might get into some stuff with him. But love having the stories from the ground, from the people themselves. It's great to have that. We'll have some other great guests to announce as well coming up in the future. Thank you guys all for your support on the show. As always, the non-tribal approach to news is our non-tribal approach to life. Use the skills you learn from here and from other shows like ours. Use those skills and apply them to your own relationships. Apply them to friends and family and others that you engage with. And let's get better. I think the biggest takeaway for me today was Jay Scott telling us, keep that high road. Always stay on that high road. They will continue calling us names. They will continue deflecting us, gaslighting us, going negative, going low. As Michelle Obama once said, they go low, we go high. I think it totally applies here. F her, but that's actually a good adage. The let's stay high, because, and this is the biggest part of what Jay said. This is the biggest part. It's not just because it's the right thing to do. We stay high especially on social media, because when we stay high, we have nothing that we are ashamed of. There's nothing that we have to undo. Joy Reid is, I don't know how someone got my account and they started putting horrible stuff. No, we don't have to ever worry about that. Why? Because we always go high. We make our point and we got nothing to apologize, nothing to undo. We told you, we never take our shows down. You can find us, anything I've ever said on this mic, on this show, with that banner behind me. It's all findable. You can find it. I'm not taking any of it down. Why? Because I stand behind everything. It doesn't mean I get everything right. We don't get everything right. New information comes up, new idea, might reconsider an idea, might reconsider a point of view. Fine, totally fine. But we're not going to attack and go low at people. We're not going to do that. That's not okay. They can do it to us. We stay high. That's my biggest takeaway today. We're going to get out of here now. What we're going to leave you with, this is awesome. I found this. Oh, you guys are going to love this. This will be, we need another little boost. Jeffrey Sachs was great, but we need another boost on our way out today. You're going to love this. This is a anti-war song. Leslie and I were watching the Bob Dylan film. It's a great film. As far as the acting and storytelling, directing goes, I don't know about the script. I'm not happy about the script. That's another story. We might cover that on an Oscar segment, Holly Woke, after the Oscars. But the Bob Dylan story, it reminded me that, man, we just don't have too many war songs. We just or anti-war songs. We got no anti-war songs now. There aren't any. I can't think of. We have no music challenging Big Pharma. No music really challenging the military-industrial complex. This song we found in somebody filmed in a subway, street musician, with multiple singers singing along on this, and it feels like it's the anti-war movement has been what do you call it? It's been revived. It's been revived, and the guy does it in a very cynical, not cynical, but he does it in a sarcastic way, ironic way, or whatever the word you want to use. A little ironic sarcasm going on in this anti-war messaging. Great to leave you with this one. I'll throw a few of your guys' comments on the way out, and we'll see you guys back here on Thursday, noon Pacific, 3 Eastern, for more Homeless Left. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you next time. Peace out. And remember, power to the people. We always go at it, everything, with courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. Power to the people. Power to everyone. Let's go. Let's do it. See you guys.
Saw it all in a movie, give it up for Tom Hanks. War isn't murder, they don't ship out the poor, and the bullets they fire ain't part of the cure. War isn't murder, land is a right, but the bank's called dibs, it's something you can't fight. Let's talk about dead people, I mean a dead people. The dead don't feel honored, they don't feel that brave, they don't feel avenged, they're lucky if they got graves. Call your dead mother, ask her when she died, it's a deadly silence on the other line. It's a dark sacrifice made on your behalf, so get down on your knees and thank the sweet Lord that war isn't murder.